Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay there. Seven grain breakfast, Sammy. Rude. I don't know if you guys got a chance to check out the morning DT. It's pinned there to the top of the chat. If you guys want kind of an update of where we are on that like weekly TA, that's easily found over there. When I brushed my teeth this morning, yeah. See, that's the best part about the daily DD is that it's daily, right? Let's get rid of these lower resistances because we don't need them anymore. All right, cool. Only up. Spurt has some nice volume this morning. It's looking good. It's up 4% in the pre-market. Nice ascending channel. Kind of running all the way from that reversal yesterday, right here down at like 746. It's a weird stock, man. I mean, I think I know Susquehanna's short on it. I don't know if Citadel is or not, but some of the same entities that are short GameStop are also short it. So I don't expect it to do crazy things in the near term, but ooh, look, I got some Ford. Oh, thanks guys. I guess. Nothing like waking up to Ford in your brokerage account. Good morning, everyone. Spurt earnings call this morning. Oh, really? Was it bullish? I know they expect to do well if there's another lockdown as they handle like remote IT. Actually, do you know anything about them, Daniel? Have they reached out to you for any advertising opportunities? Would you work with GameStop if they called you? 100%. I don't know if I could. It seems like there could be a conflict of interest there, but that'd be awesome. That's too bright. Okay, we're not doing this. You guys are just gonna have to deal with dark mode. Me. It's a bit cloudy out today, so. No, if they asked me to work behind the cash register, I absolutely fucking would not. Are you kidding me? That's what TD says, but I can't find the call. Interesting. I mean, you're probably not like a shareholder of note, so they weren't going to provide you with any like documentation, especially if you have options. Maybe they offer a dividend because I know like a special dividend is possible for them, or they were like discussing it. Slytherin confirmed. No, it's just like kind of shitty out today, and so if I turn the ring light up, I'm just gonna have a headache and be pissy all day. So dork mode. I don't have more shares than the CEO. I don't think. Wait, how many shares does the CEO have? 865,000 shares borrowed. Cool. Volume looks good. Our pre-markets volume is up. We're up. Have you guys thought? I was thinking about this last night, and I was kind of curious if you guys had thought of this. What if those return shares aren't real. And that's why they disappear right after they get returned. Huh. Yeah, you know, as opposed to my usual, like, jolly, good mood guy, pickle man mood. Would you say that Adam Aaron is more desperate than Rick of Spades? Bananas or less? Those bananas had no choice. All right. Is that you talking or is it the mold? Matt Kors banned me on Instagram last night. Did you share the photo of him boofing a banana? Since you love this so much, what do you think of this T plus 43 theory? We went over this yesterday. Wait, did you just add a day to the one from yesterday? Yesterday was T plus 42. Stop picking arbitrary days to start your T plus theories without anything to anchor them. I had the borrow shares last night. Shares thought once or twice since yesterday. Yeah, right. They're synthetic. They're synthetics. They bring them back. They're just like scrambling, running out to the market, and coming back, be like, "Here's some shares," and then they're like, "These aren't real," right? Like these are counterfeit shares. Go get me some real ones. Yeah, what if the shares borrowed are being used to temporarily settle their FTD problem? That's a good question, Johnny Diamond Hands. There's a lot of weird things going on with this stock, and no, I'm not looking at Crayons DD where he uses Elliott waves to explain delta hedging. I've explained delta hedging for weeks. Did he at least get it? Is the DD still on the table? Oh, I haven't had any counter evidence to the DD. I just haven't had the proofs I'm looking for. It's different. Like they haven't occurred yet, but they will. Can you at least explain the relationship between Lady View Up and Stefan? Well, Stefan was touched by Lady View Up. Um, yeah, that's what they used to call it, right? Touched by the gods, something along those lines. See, that's the mold, Dr. T. Aren't you some sort of professional, or are you just the doctor thing's just made up? More like kissed by a rose. I mean, that too, yeah. So I have a dehumidifier and a HEPA filter. And like a way bigger HEPA filter than I need for the area. Yeah, Nicholas. Quite a lot. Touched by the gods is a nice way of saying pitted. 3.5K in rent. It still gets mold. These buildings are fucking hundreds of years old, man. Okay, not hundreds, but more than 100. 500 likes before market open? You guys wouldn't do that for me, would you? Oh, because you like keeping your money, Doncy. Or wherever the fuck your name is. Secure. I'm ready for what? Calls on likes. It's a very open statement to be dropping in this chat, Secure. I'd be careful. Have you seen what happens on the Discord at night? Well, worst case scenario, we rip today, and the news media tells us that it was because of AMC. Imagine being so desperate you're making forward-leading statements about other companies that aren't even in the same business as you. You done any prep for Jamie tomorrow? Or you just gonna go with the flow? I figured we could just rant about things. But yeah, I've done zero prep. I was gonna try to reach out to him today and maybe see if we wanted to talk about anything. Hold on, what did the slug say about GME? What did I miss? He keeps mentioning like teaming up with GameStop, but it's really obvious he doesn't understand what GameStop does. So ripping today is part of the worst case scenario. Bullish, yes. Do you know what it should cost to borrow 900k shares? The value of the shares times 0.7% over the course of the year. I don't know if I put the borrowed shares on the Reddit post. Did I? Oh, I didn't. Hold on. Let me just fix that real quick. Did Fidelity have any borrowed shares? What's our volume? 32k? If we go up anymore today, MACD is going to cross over. Just FYI. Okay, so nothing borrowed from Fidelity since yesterday. 37k volume on Fidelity. That's what I figured. 32 to 37, somewhere in there. I think they'll let AMC run a little before rug pulling. Maybe. Although, don't forget, they're long AMC, right? So this is beneficial to them. That Mayo bathtub picture's not photoshopped. If we end the day over 160, I'll get my house back. Awesome, Jay Fresh. And you won't have to divorce your wife. It's a win-win. Rob Zombie offered the part of Herman Munster to Adam Aaron. Interesting. Makes sense. 5,300 sell wall at 168. Yeah, it's too far up the order book for me to see. Do you need AMC to tank for MOASS? Hard to think how it can happen if they're long AMC. I don't think so. And we don't want to have to work behind the Wendy's dumpster tonight. Speak for yourself. Borrowed shares to cover the FTDs. No, Brian. I do that for fun, not for profit. No wall at 168. Row 29 is or 30 is okay. I'm sure they're getting ready to set one up. I wouldn't be surprised. That means they're worried about us breaking out and testing 170. Kramer said it's time to buy AMC. Look what he did to AMD. Right? Are you still considering puts on AMC? Just staying clear. No, I think they're still hedging. I think that's why we didn't just go straight up yesterday. If we rip that wall, we'll get chewed up. Yeah, it's true. It's too small. But the walls have been too small for a long time. We need to start testing 330. It's, yeah, accurate. Can I sell this before market open? Aha. Ah. The options data look like yesterday, just all calls secure. Like barely any puts, and the puts that came in were like at the money, but not in it. So it wasn't like those like $200 like deep in the money puts. It was just some like at the money puts. Like just bearish bets for the week. So that means either the out of the money contracts have gotten too expensive for them, or there's some reason they don't want to short the stock right now. 7.99k subs. They seriously can't round it. Yeah, if you guys haven't subscribed, don't miss out on the content here. We're almost at 8k subs, which is cool. I'm excited about it. You should be too. Maybe. Or don't be, I guess. It doesn't really fucking matter for you, I suppose. I remember the days when I was your only sub. Almost 40 likes to 500 before open. That would be amazing. If you guys can, smash that like and subscribe. When you look up WeBull, how do you calculate the bid-ask price? You can look at the order book. Look at each level. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, guys, maybe if I get to 10K subscribers, that's MOASS. Maybe then I'll push the MOASS button. No, I've pushed it before. I pushed it before and they released shares. You guys know if DFV tweets today, it's on, right? Happy July 41st. What's up, Brad? Shill confirmed. Thanks, man. I'm excited for market open. I was working. What are you shilling now? Myself. Check the writing on your MOASS button. It shouldn't release shares like that. If you really want to know how a pigeon whale is made, look up the plot to the movie Tusk. No. No, no, no. Chakuseki. Thank you for the donation, but I will not. I'm excited about my two 190 calls for next Friday. I'm excited about my 16250s for this Friday. So we're both excited. If market opens today, I'll become a billionaire. Awesome, real slim pickle. It's gonna happen, I'm telling you. The morning short was expected. Real slim pickle. Thank you for becoming a Long Johnson. And a billionaire, dude. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, bro.
Hey, dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Transferred Fidelity. Start the process after Marketplace Friday. Boom, today is live. Yep, sounds about right. Real Slim Pickle, thank you so much, man. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I'll get you added over to the Dillionaires Country Club. If you want to try to do it yourself, the instructions are in the announcements channel. No, interview with Trade Spottings tomorrow. I gotta reach out to him again today on Twitter and make sure everything's lined up. But yeah, tomorrow after market close. What's the spy doing? Yeah, interesting. We need more types of songs. It's the lack of music on this channel that makes the songs so endearing. Is the Billionaires Club staying post MOASS? Sure. But I won't be participating in it during MOASS. Yahoo window showing 9:31 a.m. as if the stock is live. The stock is live. You're 3 seconds ahead of me in real time. The true New York advantage. It's true. Those 3 seconds can mean a lot of money. No, that's because of the stream. As a Balian whale, I can confirm I am a crillionaire. Okay, I love that. I'm not gonna take that away from you. Chaki Segi. Oh, for those of you guys that haven't, make sure that you check out the video by Peanuts, Kiss from Whale Teeth by Seal. Well, boys, today we hear from Roaring Kitty if my calculations are correct. I already said that. How's your approach to the ramp so far this week? I mean, it's there. KO. I bought a lot of options yesterday. Like, a lot of calls came in yesterday. I don't know how much of that's retail or institutional, because it was a lot, but you guys can find it linked on the Daily DD if you're having a hard time locating it. There's no logical reason AMC should go up today. It's in hot on Super Stunk. You're welcome, Peanuts. I brought as much attention to that post as I feasibly could. I linked it to at least 50 different people last night. I put it in the Daily DD. I put it on the Discord. I think you're right. I think people need to know about whale teeth for MOASS. You can pay with BTC. That's not bullish. Man, I've watched it at least 50 times and cry every time. MACD just crossed. Nice. I'm honestly just here to be in the same place at the same time as Whale Teeth Guy. My goal is I'm going to reach out to the mods and have Peanuts made officially the Whale Teeth Guy. If we can have a fucking Elliott Wave guy, we definitely have room for a Whale Teeth Guy on those subs. I'd trust him to be a mod. Will you please say HBD to me? I don't think anyone else is gonna. If not, no worries. Happy, is that happy birthday? 7kicks? Happy birthday. Birthday, one word. So you could just HB. But okay. Yeah. Happy birthday, man. Scrimshaw. Sir, you watch your mouth. Any insight about FSR running from aftermarket news last night? Not sure if I've heard your view of that one. Seems hotter than normal at the moment, at least. I have no idea what that is. Fisker? Nice consolidation. Looks like it could rip some more. I know it's got upside potential a little bit. Yeah. Shit, I'll buy a $30 option. Maybe I won't. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's got room, at least to test 20. Interesting company. I know people who work for them. They're based in, or their offices are in Orange County. They still live there. I don't know why it's ripping. I'm guessing some sort of good news. It's like an EV play. And Madison, Wisconsin. Hold on, I think I got a Ko-Fi. So let me check on that. Congrats on 8K subs. Oh shit, Gopnik, thank you so much. Thank you guys for making that happen. I really appreciate it. That's super cool. We got to 8K subs really fast. That's awesome. I'm gonna save all my big exuberance for 10K subs because that seems like a real turning point. But thank you, Gopnik. I appreciate that, man. Would you call our upside potential violent today? Always. Look at that bid-ask spread. Check the daily DD, Webslinger. There's a link in there for it. Yeah, it could be an easy print. It could also settle at 20. It's like failed that test before. Such a YouTuber. I know. We keep talking about whale teeth, but what about pigeon whale teeth? Similar. Thoughts on Madison, Wisconsin? Never been. Know people who live there. They like it. If Adam Aaron has a slug body, what kind of body does RC have? Like a cheetah or a jaguar? Some sort of cool large cat. Not tiger. Thanks, Jack Brick. I appreciate that, man. The option bid-ask spread for September is insane. It's, yeah. Rhinecone has a Victoria's Secret model body. Pigeon wheel teeth are hollow? Well, yeah, of course. What's option interest at 165? OI for this week's like 891, but I'm sure there's more contracts as you move out. 430, 172, 53, 49, 91. Yeah, there's, I don't know, like around 1,000 OI. Kenneth Griffin's ex-wife is a hedgie over at Tiger Management. Ryan wouldn't share the same body as his foe. Maybe he's the boyfriend. How does Zynga look to you? Seems like it could be an okay longer term hold. A lot of people have thought that, but no. Handing my resignation in at work today so I can finally move to the US. Nice, dude. Deku quitting his job like all of you hope to do one day. Yeah, I know you can see deeper into the order book. This isn't my first fucking rodeo, Herva Valenta. This isn't Matt Core's channel. You don't have to tell me basic bitch shit. We've already covered this week's low call option strike prices. Yeah, it's historically like low interest week. If the price of the stock runs, they'll expand the option spread. And they'll write more contracts at higher strikes. Or they won't. You know, I bet it does too, Dan Dividend Matthews. I already quit my job. I didn't say you should quit your jobs. I mean, unless you have like a reason, like Deku. And that reason shouldn't be MOASS until MOASS happens. Pickle Financial, its creators nor moderators support the smooth-brained actions of apes attempting to quit their jobs. We also don't offer financial advice. What are the best MACD and RSI settings? I just use the standard smoothing for MACD. RSI I use 14 and 6. You can use 21 also, or 24, but I don't know what the hell you need it for. Took a job working 12-hour shifts Friday through Sunday so I can watch the stock 4 to 5 days. 4 to 5 days. Nice. I gotta be honest, I don't know how I'm gonna make another video to top that one. You don't need to, Peanuts. Once you create a masterpiece, let it do its thing. You could submerge your video card in mineral oil for cooling purposes. I wouldn't do water. I mean, distilled water, you could submerge it in. I don't know how much that's going to help with cooling. You'd probably just get hot spots. Unless you had somewhere to circulate that water. Guys, you're really being mean to Gary Gensler on Twitter. Give the guy a chance. It's only his 27th week on the job. When GME moons to 10 million, do you think they'll write options contracts for the 10 million strike? I'm sure they'll write them for the way down. So there might not be like a lot of open interest above, but I'm sure they'll write them like puts. They'll be astronomically expensive though, like more than you'll probably make on them. I'm supposed to have been smashing that like button since like week 2 of your stream. I just had no idea what the heck is going on with the whole whale teeth, but I think I like it. That's the correct feeling, Big Dillionaire. That feeling of confusion coupled with bullishness. That's what whale teeth are designed to evoke. If you use TradingView, Rocky has a great Stotch indicator. I know how to use Stotch RSI. I don't really want anybody else's. I'll just use my own. If you buy the 164 resistance, so will I. I'm tired of seeing 163. Well, it's 164.14 now. So, Walker, you're good, man. I got all these, like, distracting, ugly calls in my portfolio. What's Spurt doing? Why is it coming down? Go back up. Got the old morning double bottom. God, that looks weird. How do I fix that? Triple bottom? Technically. I feel like I need to sneeze. Intraday triple cup. Yeah, Home Depot's looking good, like it's gonna run. I like it. I still have 330s for next Friday on Home Depot. So but I'm gonna be watching for those like spikes to 335 and selling, because even though I think it could run higher, I'm more than willing to just take that like $500 a contract gain and lock it in. How accurate is Stonka Tracker? No idea. I mean, it tracks IBKR just fine. There's a way for everyone to make money on options during MOASS. They'll do it. I guarantee it. Of course. Work at a liquor store. My boss asked me if I'm not working as hard. I told him managing my portfolio was my number one priority. He can't find good people, so he just accepts it. Nice. It's stochastic. But it's called Stotch for short. Grimace 1. Don't correct me on my fucking pronunciation. Kiss my ass. Realize it's a bit of a joke, but the comments about Gigi's weeks on the job seem a bit ignorant. Anyone who's worked in a large organization knows it's difficult to make change and takes time. It's because he kept saying it, George Reed. That's why people keep saying it back to him. Because in his first, like, House Financial Services Committee meeting, he was like, I've only been here 6 weeks. That was like his answer to everything. Don't worry, we're not going to scare Gary Gensler off Twitter. He's got a very serious job to do, which is making the USA crypto the best crypto. Oh, thank you, Not Fooled. I appreciate that. When MOASS happens, you can't sell like that, Vody, when you're an insider. Your shares are in lockup. Good to know, Carl. It looks like some of the people here support that, so. Stoic. All right, well. I don't know what to say about that. If this was actual volume, it would be like a bull flag. Is this the George W? No. Unless your W's look like this. Did you guys see that? Epic Pen worked first try today. This must be my last. Prometheus, is that you? Can't wait for the US dollar coin rug pull in true patriotic fashion. Also, as I heard, it has built-in 30% inflation. Dude, right? Like, you hire Gary Gensler, MIT blockchain expert, right? You kill proof of stake, and then you release a fucking infrastructure bill that funds tons of green energy. And then you go, here's your new coin. Suck it. I can come up with conspiracy theories all day. No. Hey, did you guys buy the dip for the last 2 weeks? That's a good conspiracy. Hella realistic. I know. But don't say hella. Monkey Danjo, you're better than that. They aren't that smart. They are now. I just told them how to do it. Do you like the rip before earnings theory floating around? No. Wouldn't Gigi go to the Fed to do that? I'm sure they work hand in hand. Let's a dish on how Matt Kors is the keystone of a plot to destabilize the Cuban economy. Why, do they have all the bananas? We've already established that he is most likely Rick of Spades. So why is the VIX dropping when GME is going up? Why not? They're not inherently tied to each other. Is this Matt Kors? Yeah. Just some weirdo. SEC and Fed are going to rug pull everyone and be the richest at the end of all of this somehow. Absolutely. AMC did not have decent earnings, Dan Dividend Matthews. They had absolute shit earnings, losing 74 cents per share. That's not decent. That's complete crap. All right, if you say hello again, Dandrew No Money, I'm going to time you out. Yeah, not as bad as expected does not mean good. AMC suffering from worse inflation than the US dollar? Probably. I know it is. It's going straight up. Day trader signing out, probably. How are you so good at art? I'm not. Do you know how hard it is to constantly draw pickles that have some sort of up theme? It's difficult. Yeah, different candle type. It's called a Heiken Ashi or Heineken Mochi, whatever you choose. That was MOASS? No. This is consolidation into MOASS. Still want my Geppetto pickle? Why would I draw that? You think I want Disney to take the stream down? Is it weird to be somewhat afraid of MOASS? Yeah. Oh no, I'm so scared I'm going to be rich. Cry about it. Draw whale teeth? Carmen Miranda pickle? You know, at my age, I shouldn't even know what that is. I'm scared. Do you think 10 days is enough time to recover a 70% down position on a put? What stock? Moonwen. Don't tell me it's AMC. Did you and Trade Spotting time your collab for Moon launch? Why would we do something as clearly great as that? Would it just be looking at the minute by minute TA of the underlying? Yeah. He's looking right at it. Hood. I told you not to do that. You silly boy. What's your strike, Moon? I mean, based on the volume today, they haven't used them. Just rapid upward movement, J Money. Can Pickle Angelo be the NFT dividend? I don't know. I'll add him at Roaring Kitty or Ryan Cohen. One of them. They can decide. I have a serious question. What do you think about smaller pharmaceutical companies like Vaxart and the competition they have with like Moderna? Do you think they stand a chance or no? I don't really have an opinion on it. I don't follow bio too much. Pickle Union, thank you for continuing to show us your amazing artistic talent, providing us with more of the TMNP. You are a god among pickles and VWAP. Thank you for your service to this community. And as always, praise be to the lady VWAP. Praise be to VWAP. Thanks, dude. Opinion on deep in the money dish pizza. None. More of like a lasagna with a pie crust. It's interesting. It's definitely not pizza, but I don't think that's like Chicagoans don't really eat that as like their go-to pizza. They eat like pub style pizza, which is different. I know you hate biotech. What about OTC oil exploration? Also hate that. I don't. Why is the stock doing things I don't like? Pizza's meant to be thick? That's disgusting. Chicago is unsophisticated. As an elitist pigeon whale, I too praise VWAP. All hail. Praise be to the lady lord herself. Alua VWAP. Thank you, Sean Daniels. Jesus Christ. Uh, Kiwi Bukarki. Is there a piglet in your life? Sometimes. It's true. Chicago thin crust is my guess here. See? I definitely just farted on a Skype call for work. Nice, Kyle. You gotta just talk through it, man. Pretend like it didn't happen. Yeah. Or just like look around like someone else in the call farted. You know? Just be like, what was that? Hey, Han. Cross-topping weighted average price. Please don't ignore. I'm cringing at my put. I didn't see what strike you said, Moon. Sorry, I got caught up with other shit. Tell me again what your strike was. Because I can't find it. Hands back. She was here yesterday, man. $40 next week. Looks like you're doing great, man. It's already down $4 today. And you're out of the money, though. I don't know. You already lost 70%. Like, the fuck else do you have to lose at this point? I warned you. I said I wouldn't buy puts on Hood. And then people buying fucking puts on Hood. I don't like this. Go back up, GameStop. Still 70% even with the dip. Thanks, Han. I don't know what I'm gonna. So I know what I'm gonna say might start something, but I need to let people know pineapple on pizza is not that bad. All right. He's been timed out for 300 seconds to reflect on his life choices. Any in the money puts coming in? I haven't checked. I do. Spurt still in a cup and handle? It is. Man, I gotta put so many users in timeout. All right. I got 50 left over in my trading account after buying GME calls. What should I buy? Nothing? Just keep your money? Just because the market's here doesn't mean you have to put your money into it at every opportunity. I won't let this turn into an echo chamber for a lot of things, but pineapple on pizza will not be one of them. Gotta stop talking about pineapple pizza. It's killing the boy. Excuse me, sir. This is a Domino's. Short dole. What do you think about $820, $300 GME call? Will it print? Hard to say. Will it go in the money? Probably not. Will it print? Maybe. I don't care what you put on your fucking hot dog. All right, I've timed out most of my audience at this point. Do you have your GME shares in a non-margin cash account? I do. Don't think you're 6'3" at all anymore. I think you're 5'9.5". Thanks, Dr. K. The acid and sweetness on a pizza should be coming from the sauce, not from fucking pineapple. You know what it is? It's because you people eat shit like fucking Domino's and Papa John's, and you need to put canned pineapple on it to make it taste better. If you don't eat shitty pizza, you don't have to use shitty toppings. About a calzone with pineapple? That's disgusting. Thanks, David. Can we trust people, pineapple people, not to paper hand? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Opinion on Domino's Brooklyn style pizza? Was it true to Brooklyn? Absolutely not. Pineapple fried rice is fine. Correct your ways. There's nothing wrong with pineapple on pizza in this day and age. Incorrect, Dr. K. You only say that because you're from Philly. The only people that are eating fucking pineapple on pizza are people from the Midwest and California. I'm not letting the chat decide anything on this. This isn't a fucking democracy. Pineapple owns the float. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna stop streaming then. That's enough of this. Roasted garlic on pizza is amazing. Barbecue chicken pizza, also not a fucking thing. Fucking, what do you guys work for, Dole? Ugh. You guys are really making me feel like everything I do here is a waste. Why do I bother? I think that's the worst part about working at a hospital or being a doctor is that you continue to have to eat middle school lunch for the rest of your life. Moonwind, I hope you lose the other 30% of your put. White pizza can be good. It's very like rich though. Like you can't eat a lot of it. Your mic is stereo. I know. Some of us work in hospitals with very good cafeterias. You know what bothers me is that I'm going to be rich, enjoying the finest things in life, and so are some of you people. And and now that I know how much you enjoy pineapple pizza, I don't know if I'm comfortable being in the same circles with you. Fucking degens. Don't act all old rich on us already. No, I'm not giving them a poll so they can try to validate themselves amongst each other. There will be no validation for pineapple pizza. A hot pocket is more of a pizza than a pineapple pizza. Yeah. TMNPs don't put pineapples on their pizza. I heard New York has the best pizza, better than Italy. Not better, just different. Different than Italy. I guess. I wouldn't really say it's like. I mean, they're just shorting the stock a lot. Bear with us all, please. Thank you, Pickle Union President. I appreciate the sentiment. You know, the entire pineapple industry was built on the backs of slave labor, exploited workers, and slave labor. So I hope you all enjoy the taste of slavery with your pizza, because that's what you're condoning by supporting the Dole Company. Coffee, chocolate, sugar too, yeah. Most industries, to be honest. They already know they're monsters. Girk shaming them won't work. I know. I'm seeing that. That was my last ditch effort. This is the Human Rights Cooking Channel. Maybe once you guys have some money and you have a taste of the better things, you won't eat fucking pineapple pizza anymore. You won't like backslide, you know? Maybe you'll like go to French Laundry one day and be like, "Oh, I've been doing everything wrong my entire life." Pineapple is a trash topping, but I wouldn't even feed it to children. I've I've stopped talking to people in real life, like friends of mine, because they eat pineapple pizza. It's pretty petty. I'm a pretty petty person. I'm going to use some of my MOASS money to halt the import of pineapples into the US. Don't tell me what to do, Dr. K. I don't care about your opinions. Pizza put their pickle in my jar. Put it towards therapy because I'm living rent free in your head. Fuck you. Look at all the legal stuff happening to GME. I will buy all the land in the world that pineapple is able to be grown on and raise it to the ground. This is my new goal in life. It's not even a good fruit sans pizza. After I went to Japan to try some A5 Wagyu, I couldn't eat normal beef anymore. It's hard, right? Oh man, I've got a new video idea. Run with it, Peanuts. Don't let anything dissuade you. Well, no, I'll just like build a factory that manufactures some sort of toxic chemical and has occasional spills, you know? I know how to capitalism. No, I won't. I'll forget all about it, Dr. K. If you think I hold on to things, you're wrong. Were earnings good for GME? Why no news on it? GME hasn't had its earnings yet. GME's earnings are in September. If GameStop came out pro pineapple on pizza, would you sell? Oh, I don't know. No, because I like money more, but it would be tough. I wouldn't buy back in after MOASS if they came out pro pineapple on pizza. I can't see Ryan Cohen coming out pro pineapple on pizza. That'd be such a decisive move for the company. I don't think any CEO would be stupid enough to do that. Of course I have, Francis Rapace. That's how I know it's complete shit. Does GameStop franchise? I don't think so. I'm not sure though. I'm pretty sure they don't. Yo, at Pi-Fi, try Sorbio Pizzeria in New York City for real Neapolitan pizza. All right, I will. I'll check it out. That's definitely one of the more challenging hypotheticals I've ever been presented with. I don't care what he puts on his poutine. If he does tweet about it, just means he's in here. It's true. Adam Aaron probably eats pineapple on pizza. About to go sub 15K on the NASDAQ. Win 13 Fs. 3 more days, right? Aren't they due by August 13th? No, I don't hate poutine. I've had it. It's not my favorite, but I don't like French fries that much, so. AA eats pineapple pizza on the way back from the chiropractor while drinking a cold brew. Probably. What about pickles on pizza? I mean, you have enough acid from the tomato. It's just unnecessary. Putting all kinds of shit on your pizza does not make a good pizza. It just makes a shitty pizza better. Spy coming down. Light on sauce. Ever traded Burke? I've traded Burke B. What percentage of cash do you keep on hand weekly in case of an interesting trade? I don't know, like most of it. It's about 50% of my available cash. Any science behind how far you scroll in and out when moving around stocks? No. That's just not pizza. It's just shit on bread. It's July 41st theory. What happened? What July 41st theory? That sounds fucking retarded. That's like a new low. Short attack and low volume and the spies dipping. I don't care if James Ellers tweeted July 41st, it means nothing. It sounds really stupid. Ugh. Pickles on pizza is terabad. This is using the word terabad. What did you say? Miss anything fun? Not really. Thunder Splash. If you had pineapple pizza rolls. Okay, if this stream becomes about any more about pineapple pizza, I'm not even kidding. I'll just shut it down. I don't want to talk about it. If you eat pineapple pizza, you're a disgusting person and you should be ashamed of yourself. Your super song post has been taken down for some reason. What happened? I don't know. It looks like it's up. Oh, it was removed by the moderators. I don't know. What's his name? You should be, Trubo. Thanks, Roryborn. Thanks, Smoother. Appreciate that, man. I told Bi Triangle about it. I'm sure he'll fix it. Your empty pineapple threats don't scare us. That's because you think they're empty. Tomorrow? I mean, they haven't used them all yet. Secure, I've already actually banned someone. I didn't even initially ban Jamie G. No. Short-term ban on Dans. You know you guys could just block them, right? You can just block the Dans. I think that's what most people do. If we don't hold 160, what's our next support? 157. Where's Jamie G then if you didn't block him? He's still in here somewhere. I think his name's Jamie Pickle now. You once said you will never ban anyone. Nobody brought up pineapple pizza at that time. If we hit 157, I'm buying 5 more. Nice. Robinhood just announced they're buying a sketchy company. AMC had people register registered their shares out last week. Interesting. It's almost like they're all buddies or something. Imagine banning people and threatening to abandon your stream over people's pizza preference. I know, right? Free Jamie G. There's a few trolls. Okay, another serious question. What would it take for institutions to not issue any more borrowed shares? Is it possible, or will it always go on? I mean, Jeffrey's already stopped issuing borrowed shares. Someone else did too back in June. That's right, Jerk. You're not wrong. I said he's not the biggest fan of people. Him choosing to use the ban hammer over pineapple pizza surprises you. It shouldn't. Oh, thanks, Joshua Conrad, for explaining the psychology of the internet to me. I really appreciate that, man. Is the drawn 157 Pi-Fi's estimate of resistance line? It's a historical resistance. Fucking asshole. 4 hours since April. Spurt cup and handle. Yeah, spurt's in a cup and handle. It's in one on the daily too. But what was it that made them say, okay, let's stop issuing borrowed shares? It's not a dumb question. I mean, it's hard to say, right? Either they had no more available to borrow, or they had decided that they were overexposed and no longer wanted to allow shares to be borrowed, right? Good God, everyone is saying AMC crushed earnings now. I'm sure people weren't joking when they said they couldn't read. Yeah, AMC did not crush earnings. That is not accurate. Yeah, they're super in debt. They'll probably be out of business by next January. And their earnings were negative 74 cents per share, which, given the number of shares they have, is a lot. Technical analysis of the financial markets, Deep Insider. Do they still need to deliver Friday's puts? Whatever contracts were closed, yeah. But they still have probably a lot more shares that on borrow, so no, Triva, I haven't and I won't. Imagine bragging about your debt. Imagine buying AMC. I put in a limit order for 159 and the low infidelity says 159, but I'm not seeing an order filled. That's because somebody has to have a bid or an ask for you to fill, and the ask is not 159 right now. Book affiliate account. I know, I know. I just assume people will download it illegally. From AMC Stub. They're pushing very hard to get him to say something negative. Silverback is the people's champ. Ugh. God, today is just cringy as fuck. That puts them in a net loss of about 380 million for just the quarter. Well, according to their shareholders, there's like a billion shares in existence. So it's way worse than that. Awesome, Linky. Why is Fidelity the most recommended brokerage on Reddit? They used to own GameStop in January. And so I think the idea was that I mean, they're self clearing, which is part of it. But I think the idea was that like you would own GameStop in a company that was long GameStop, like in a brokerage that was already long GameStop. So I think that's where like the popularity came from. And they weren't linked to Apex, which had notoriously screwed shareholders in the past. What makes chiropractors quacks? I'm not going to get into this after the whole pizza talk. Look it up. It's not even TA. It's just fundamental analysis, Johnny Diamond Hands. Do you think Lucid is still a play? No, not really. Is it running? I'd stay out of like Chinese anything right now. There's a lot of risk in investing in that market currently. It's my earliest childhood memory. I think I launched my those like little walker things that babies go in. It looks like a pair of underwear in a frame. And you like drop the babies in it and they can like run around. I launched one of those off of like a porch and hit my head. And I remember that. I think I was like a year old or something. It's vague, but I kind of remember it. Brain damage. I don't have any brain damage. I got like a scrape. What was your first ever notable trade? Like, do you remember it? What made you go in on it? I don't remember it. It was some like low cap penny stock. Like low float penny stock. I don't even remember what it was called. That was like my first trade with real money. Head injury explains a lot of this anger. Yeah, I didn't have any type of like head injury. I had to get a stitch on my eyebrow. But there was no like bruising or anything like that. You ever done DMT? No. Jesus, Adam. You should go on Joe Rogan. You two would vibe well, and it would be. Why do people keep bringing up Joe Rogan? I know nothing about Joe Rogan, by the way. I know he does a show, and Elon Musk like smoked weed on it. Want me to teach you about Joe Rogan? Not really. He used to host Fear Factor. That's another show I've never watched. How do you feel about Matt Berry playing you in the movie? I'd love that. I love seeing like just absolutely conflicting statements like that. Long Johnson says Joe Rogan is actually an idiot. Next comment, I've just started watching him. He's great. Joe Rogan is long on GME. I don't know if that's like a qualifier. I'm sure lots of people are long on GME. He loves DMT and chimps. He promotes conspiracy theories and misinformation. Sounds about right. Someone just posted a Twitter chat asking GameStop about pineapple on pizza, and they responded, no pineapple on pizza. Ah, thank God. Relevant validation. Those aren't contradictory. He's an idiot and he's great. Dude never stops talking about DMT. Interesting. Just woke up. Where's Gans? It looks like we're bouncing a little bit. But they still have a lot of shares they can short. Cost running a bit. Let's get a Novik. All right, Carl's high now, everyone. Good to know, Carl. Yeah, that's what I'm noticing, T Walker. Is that for a guy who's possibly an idiot, everyone seems to know a lot about him. And he wonders why he isn't a mod. Joe Rogan equals new shill tactic. He's Bropra. I don't care. Whatever. Cost might halt. Really? So that's actually kind of interesting. Oh shit. Cost is doing a thing. Cost is doing a squeeze. I like that. Hmm. Yeah, am I buying on cost like 3 months ago, finally doing something? There's a lot of bag holders on cost. It's a risky squeeze play because um the family that started the company owns most of the float, like most of the shares available. And so whenever it squeezes, they just sell some and make a shitload of money. Yeah, no options chain. One day TA will work on GME. We're well within range of the TA predictions, Andrew. One day you'll learn how to read the TA, and then I won't have to have this conversation with you. They still have some left, I think. Cost just got awarded a government contract. Interesting. Are you expecting big price movements at the end of this week or the following? I expect we'll test 180 this week. Both the bull and bear trends indicate a test of 180. There's a lot of them. Cold and Fortenberry. What are the pigeon well thing on the channel? What you mean in the Discord lift? Carl's a pigeon well. Oh. It's Carl. I'm not giving you any money, Colton. Can you show the 1 day chart to see how it fits in with your prediction? It's on the 1 day chart is like the TA analysis is in the daily. I updated it this morning. Or not updated, but like showed where it's tracking this morning. Cost doing a 9% up. Anything to take note of? It's interesting. Cost and GME generally track together. But apparently Cost got a government contract of some sort, so that could, affect that. Cost might be moving on like news and not just like short positions, right? No shot at you, but TA has had little to no success on GME. That's because most of the people doing it don't know what the fuck they're doing, Andrew. I understand that. There's been a lot of bad actors. Also, you're coming from like the idea that like technical analysis is some sort of like crystal ball that's going to tell you the future, and that's not what technical analysis does. So you're telling me not only do you not understand what technical analysis is or its purpose, but you've been disappointed in the past on predictions you've read by people who really don't know how to do it. The jump is based on expectations, probably. Well, Cold and Fortenberry, that's up to you, right? I can discuss stocks all day. What you do with that information is entirely your decision. Thanks for the stream. I appreciate your reluctant sharing of knowledge and experience. It's entertaining AF. Thanks, Deadwood. I appreciate the donation, dude. Thank you so much. Confirmed doves or fancy pigeons? Kind of. Thoughts on Crayons? You've asked that twice now. I ignored it the first time. I don't have any. He writes DD that's not really pertinent to like the things I discuss on this stock. I find this Team Brenzel. I'm not team anybody. Hey, Greg, we expect the price to drop a bit lower today. I mean, it could happen. Are you gonna ask trade spotting the effects of GME on European markets? No, I think he doesn't. I think he trades the US market, doesn't he? I don't give anybody any financial advice. I just the only thing Billionaires offers is like I just put the stocks I'm looking at for that week up. I don't care what people do with that information. It's for educational purposes. Can you check out MTTR? I have some 15C 121s. I mean, you're up. Is there? It's testing that resistance at 16. If it breaks it, you have some upside to 17. And if it breaks through 17, you've got some range up to like between 17 and 28. I don't know. Follow the trend, I guess. You're in the money right now. Thanks, Monkey Danja. Spurt and other corn mining stocks, e.g., any BT, etc., seem to have dumped today despite corn ripping. Corn mining? What? Expecting correction or shorts playing their hand? Hard to say. I don't know what the hell BT is. I feel like a couple of people have brought it up, but I don't really know anything about them. This chat's pretty weird today. It's a bit different than it normally is, huh? What platform are you using to look at the graphs? It's WeBull channel 2. There's a link in the description. Sure, Herva. Corn Hub. Is this the biggest dip they can muster? Not impressed. Yeah, we're still up from yesterday morning, right? Used to be a penny stock, I believe. Okay. TA on AFMJF. Not doing it, man. Go research your own OTC mining companies. I don't give a shit about them. WeBull with Hinkin Ashi sticks. Oh. How do I politely tell an older investor that they don't know anything about the markets and GME is the only safe bet? Or an unpolite way is cool too. Um, I don't know. Maybe just don't give people financial advice that you're not qualified to give them. Master Hedgehog. Johnson. Yeah, coming back up. Golden Fortenberry, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the membership, dude. Somewhere in here I have the thing that does the stuff. There we go.
Hey, dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Let's go. Now I'm green. Dude, if you want, hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the channel after the stream. If you want to try to link it yourself, the instructions are pinned to the announcements channel. Yeah, it's okay not to agree with people. Sometimes. TA on Gall. Yeah, this isn't Matt Kors' channel. All right, I'll tell you right now. I'm not just gonna run around doing TA on every shitty stock you guys are looking at. Yeah, I'm sure Bazinga's written an article all about it. Big wall at 165. Who's Matt Kors? He's a guy who will tell you the resistance levels of a stock for money. He's also Rick of Spades. Maybe. Still unconfirmed, but the evidence is almost irrefutable. Yeah, it does. One is here. You weirdos need diversified portfolios. But if I tried, I could find the resistance level myself, right? That's correct. His dick sword and messages still being removed by Google. Bigger. When you basically still have shares, Joshua, do you deduce that through just looking at the trade volume? Yeah. I mean, they borrowed, 800 and something odd thousand, 865,000 shares this morning, and we've only traded 30,000 shares more than that. So yeah, I'd say they still have a pretty fat chunk of shares left to short with. Please just don't want to take time to take a look at some charts. We have some people flexing as pigeon whales, but who will be the first Ko-Fi Supreme Pontiff of VWAP membership? Who knows? I hope nobody, right? Because it's a joke. I just don't want the pigeon whales getting too full of themselves. Guam may pop if people FOMO into GME because the names of the companies are similar. No, yeah, that's not a that's there's a GMED, which is probably closer. Did HD just have a double bottom on the 1 minute? Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it's gonna maybe run a little bit. It's retesting that resistance at 132. Volume's kind of low though today. I seriously think it will happen before all this is over, and it will be a terrible way to get paid. Do you have a post-MOASS pigeon whale layaway program? Being a billionaire was originally a joke. It's kind of true. I mean, no, because billionaire always had like the private Discord. Not that anybody used it initially. Yeah, he bought like 2,000 shares of GMED by accident. Yeah, we're still within the ascending triangle. Not Saculon. Want a Dan channel in Discord? I don't care what you guys want. It's not happening. There'll be no Dan channels or Dan mods or any seat of power for the Dans to rehypothecate themselves. Is Jimmy harder to short the fact that it's in the Russell and S&P? No. A little bit, but no. Stop oppressing us. Pineapple Danza. Oh, man. Best way to manage my pickle futures position. Should I get 25% into Heinz? Kraft Heinz has historically done well during periods of inflation. Generally, food manufacturers and retailers, like grocery stores and stuff, do really well during high inflation because they pass off the inflation onto the customer. They don't really change their profit margins. The favorite holding period for food manufacturers is forever. There will be no Dan mods. Calm down, Hal Jordan. I was reading Burke Holdings, and Heinz is one of the top shares held. I'm not surprised. Yeah, probably like closer to 300 or 400K. Dan dividend. Well, because inflation is currently transitory, Snickers. Spurt starting to claw its way back. Good. Is your WeBull app also showing a jump from 11:26 to 11:30? Yeah. Just no shares traded, probably, or the data hasn't corrected. Give it 15 minutes. Let me try refreshing. Sometimes refreshing will fix it. I have a bit of a conspiracy theory that Doritos has been slowly decreasing the amount of cheese flavoring on their chips for years now to beat inflation. You should look up a term called shrinkflation, Kamer. It's not a conspiracy theory. Yeah. So July 41st is not a thing? I don't think it ever was. Ponlock What? Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. Just DM me. The link for the Discord is down in the description.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
Letters and Kit Kats keep getting deeper, man. I wonder I wonder if like shrinkflation will eventually just like catch up with the obesity issue in America, and like all of our food will be so small that it's impossible to get fat. I've thought about that before, at least. Is there a hype video on Superstock that's dedicated to you? There is. It's about whale teeth. If you're looking for it, go to the Daily DD. I've linked it there. I think it should be titled Kiss from a Whale. We're looking at DDD Good earnings. Seems to be testing a $40 resistance with room to run after that. Just wondering if there's anything else you would look for. I didn't see how much room. Check out implied volatility on options. It could be up because of earnings. Look into like volume traded. Its PE ratio. That's probably like a good start. Determine your like entry and exit points. Assess your risk. Like how much are you willing to risk on a position in that company? Why would IRS and government risk losing out on short-term capital gains by letting MOASS start after a year? Maybe because there's like bigger things at play. Kiss from a whale on the teeth. Nice, Ben. Thanks, Big Proppy. Seal's voice is almost as melodic as your pigeon whale call. If I could make the pigeon whale membership Kiss from a Rose by Seal without being demonetized every day, I would do it. Can you make a pickle-based ETF after MOASS? ETFs are a criminal institution. I'd rather not be involved in one. Has anyone tried texting TFE? The year is 2035. Shrinkflation has made all food into pill form. Obesity is now gone. Right? It's the future. Just sing and record the chorus of the song and play that. Maybe. Do you know that when the stock goes, my eyes become large and the light from my chart is green? Well, Teeth Hype video must be so confusing for the random Super Stonk member. I think they're even more confused about why it's so upvoted. This is why, like, when Peanuts first started posting Well Teeth shit, people were like, this is fun. Can you make a pickle-based NFT for billionaires and pigeon whales? I'll think about it. Now I just have that song in my head. Jesus. You guys. I can't think about that right now. Have you ever heard of Famous Dave's Pickles? I have. Devil's Spit is a nice spicy pickle. Interesting. I bought some Grillo's spicy dills, which I'm really eager to taste. Kiss from a Dan. Me first. I bought them at Whole Foods. They were like $12. So they better be worth it. They look good. They look crispy. They look fresh. They didn't have whole pickles though, and I really don't like spears, so I'm worried they're gonna be soggy, but maybe not. Puts on Dan kisses. Do narwhals have teeth? I think so. Aren't they like one of the predatory whales? My chances of mod just went from 0 to -2. Possibly. Have you tried garlic pickles? I have. I know the horn is a tooth, but I mean, like, they're predatory, right? So they have they have the little spiky teeth like killer whales do. They're not like a baleen type whale, so they're not like a filter feeder. What are your thoughts on dolphins? I mean, they're rapists and chronic masturbators, but yeah, they're pretty smart. 2 pound tub of Grillos at Costco for about $6.99. Did you just define humans? No, because I said they're pretty smart. If short hedge fund were an animal, what would they be? Rats. Pismus. Is it possible to buy 1 million in contracts and sell for a quick 5% gain? You could try. Had to give the platinum award for that amazing work of art. Exactly. I missed the slide this morning. Did we get shorted? Pretty hard, yeah. They still have some shares left too. Mosquitoes. Yeah, and we're still in like an ascending trend, right? I guess technically it's like that. If you get rid of after hours, it's probably a little better looking. You can do it from like there. But yeah, we're trending up. Yeah, I know dolphins get high on puffer fish. Hedge funds or leeches? Maybe, yeah. Leeches are pretty gross and parasitic. When you're charting, do you always draw lines from the beefier part of the candle? Yes. That's just called the candle though, Greg Walker. You have the candlestick and you have wicks. So you don't want to draw from the wicks. After this stream Saturday, plan to go to Starbucks to get the hottest Americana, then hit Domino's. Ugh, gross. Or absolutely not. I would like to be a dolphin when I return for a second life. Incredible, thanks for the answer, but I'm going to continue to call it the beefy part. All right, man. What's my favorite music genre? I don't think I have one specifically. What does it help to use 5 minute versus 1 minute? On really low volume. Herva. It can help you like confirm trends. So Pickle Angelo not doing his job today. He got shorted. He got shorted real hard. He was doing great earlier. He got cowabunged. How come Hikanashi has so much beefy parts compared to regular candles? It's just the way it displays information is different. Spickle needs to be fired. He's too preoccupied with his pizza to pay attention to pay attention to the stock's needs. I'm not firing a pickle based on your opinion. Just give him time. Be bearish on the pickle. Really curious why nothing happened yesterday, short wise. It was very odd, wasn't it? I'm thinking they wanted to like smash GameStop down today because of AMC's earnings. Because they didn't want like FOMO coming over. So they probably just used yesterday to pick shares back up in order to short today. Are candlesticks and wicks like a box and whisker plot and statistics? Sort of, yeah, similar. And that the majority of volume traded in the range of the candlestick is the candlestick, and then the range of it is the wicks. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, get some coffee. For those of you listening in, 158.87. Yep. Hey guys, I'm back. Nothing exciting. Actually, Dollar Judo, no. My espresso came out a bit too fast. And it tastes like bacon now, which I don't like. Possibly, Greg. But you could wait for IVs to spike before earnings, right? When does Spurt have earnings? There's no earnings date. I think the rumor was they're supposed to have like a merger. Someone's buying them out or something like that. Have you tried pineapple coffee? Unbelievable. What in the actual fuck? Jesus. Any opinion on Canadian cannabis stocks dropping? Not really. I mean, I think they're terrible investments, but I'm not surprised. Hmm. It's got a nice run. If it breaks above 1650-ish, like actually breaks that resistance, um, I mean, I don't know what the upside is. It looks like it has nigh unlimited room. And you got to the weekly. All right, there we go. Yeah, so the next resistance is around 18 and then probably at 20. Hmm. What did they do? Just a steel manufacturer? Yes, it's kind of like a boomer stock. It doesn't look like it has a good history of supporting high prices. Well, it almost crossed earlier today. Or it started to cross. So what are your thoughts on yesterday's lack of shorting when those shares were available? I guess they assumed since they were going to drive the price up anyway, they might as well just let it move naturally for the day. One day the spy is going to stop spying. It's true. Ah, middle of the day. Hey, Vecna. Wouldn't Splint pickle? Not yet. Yeah, no problem, Black Hawk. Yeah, the volume's completely dead at this point. It dried up pretty early into the day. That's why VWAP's up so high, because most of the volume was traded to the upside for today. Don't worry, we'll pick up when apes wake up around 1:30. The Senate approved a $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure plan 5 minutes ago. I know. I thought they already approved it. You mean the House, Brad? House vote? They're not in session right now, right? Give us the Mood Jam poster. Predicted this movement today. Pi-Fi, your governor just resigned. Well, probably because he's been sexually harassing people for years. Having pizza for lunch. What topping should I get? I don't care, man. Whatever makes you happy. Did he, though? Probably. Yeah, but you can't have me on a pizza, Carl. I don't care how high you get. How are your Robinhood puts doing, Moonwind? Oh, yes, I can. I just saw the news on SS. GameStop is issuing a surprise stock split effective today at 12:22 p.m. Don't say things like that if they're not true. For day, Active Trader is fine. Big Dilly. I wouldn't use the web app. Cool. Gherkins on a pizza, an acquired taste for sure. That also sounds foul. Could someone confirm this? Options on MMAP? It's a risky game. Oh. Not funny, Pineapple Danza. I know surprise stock splits aren't a thing. But who the fuck knows anymore? Split or ban? Well, they could announce one, right? It doesn't mean they're going to split it today. I don't know who needs to hear this, but Robinhood just bought Say Technologies, the company Adam Aaron was pushing that asks for brokerage login credentials. Cool. Thanks for sharing, that's Saculon. 5,000. Sorry for assuming everybody's intelligence. It's a dangerous game. He apologized. Does that mean my puts will print? If you had a button that would instantly make your client base extraordinarily wealthy and loyal to your company, what would delay you in pushing it? It's a very weird statement. It doesn't create loyalty. Making people rich from trading your stock does not create loyalty. I don't know where that sentiment comes from. I think that has to do with like people being fucking way too emotional about what is essentially a stock trade. I mean, like, will I shop at GameStop after MOASS if they sell something I need? People are bargaining. Yeah. I don't think so, J Dubs. GameStop sells pregnancy tests. You belittle me, call me weird, and you have negative feelings towards my body hair. Yet here I am, loyal to you. Just saying, don't tell me I'm not loyal. I won't stand for it. I mean, I'm sure you are, man. But I'll probably shop at GameStop after MOASS about as much as I did before MOASS. Pickle, my boy, can you take a look at Bumble and tell me if it looks like it's turning around? God, man, people are invested in such weird shit. It looks like it bounced. It doesn't look like it bounced in a very strong fashion. It needs to break that resistance at 50 to do anything pertinent. And I mean, it's in a descending wedge, so long term, maybe you'll see something. Couple weeks, though, it looks like. You mean you have no plans to get married at GameStop post MOASS? No, that's just trashy. Oh, I haven't forgotten Alex Stevenson. That's 25% of the reason I'm in this. Real question: could investors sue GameStop for not shaking the shorts? Uh, you have to prove that they had knowledge of it, which is could be difficult. Is the publicity enough for Jamie to want the squeeze? I don't know. I mean, they've had all the attention in the world on them the last 6 months, and they've really not done or said anything. You know, like they haven't used that what has been essentially the ultimate marketing tool, right? Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, I have like 1,000 shares of Palantir. I don't have any calls for earnings though. I still don't expect them to be that great. Not difficult. They had a vote that was likely way overvoted. Possibly, but maybe it wasn't, right? Maybe it was just enough that like they could just continue on without having to do or say anything about it. I know everyone on Super Stonk was voting, but that doesn't mean all the shareholders were voting. Traditionally, like big institutional shareholders don't really vote unless they have like some sort of interest in changing what's happening at the company. How do you deal with IV crush post earnings? Ideally, you are not holding contracts post earnings. Bro, your governor just rage quit. Yeah, I heard. I have no idea why I'm a. What's up, Blake? Giuliani next. He'll never admit it. Girk for governor pro temp of New York. Does Cuomo still get the perks of insider Wall Street stock tips? Probably. Yeah, that was before Cohen came in. Oh, did you do a fib thing? Existential? Good for you, man. Are you looking forward to seeing the July inflation rate being released tomorrow? Could be interesting. But what wins? $1 trillion in government subsidies or higher inflation? What does the market care about more? If you had Gensler's job, what would you do to fix, regulate markets? Just move everything to blockchain. Can they get away with this? Until someone stops them. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of entities with a vested interest in ending this. But there's also a lot that are, that have the interest of prolonging it. What the title? What do you think about AMC earnings? Didn't they compare them to last year's or something? I have no idea. I didn't listen to the earnings. I just know that they were like negative 74 cents per share. It was just massive losses quarter over quarter. That's correct, Mr. Diggs. Possibly another false signal on MACD. I don't know about that. Day's not over. Jimmy could decide what happens at earnings. True. What's up, Dana Bees? Yeah, I feel like it has been a while. Kuma goes into the private sector and makes bank from here on out. Life of a politician, post political work. Yeah. Where in New York are you? Like what region? The city? To work at the place that hires him. Positive earnings didn't help the share price last time, if I recall. Well, I'm sure it would have had there not been a 5 million share offering at the same time, right, Bo Bandy? Is it going to be a down day? Maybe. Again, still time. If they hadn't released those shares, though, we would have MOASS, so tough to say. You're going to cause hearing loss by staying so far from the mic, then leaning in like that. Sorry. It's not a very sensitive mic. It's kind of the problem with it. We're just halfway into today's cup, guys. Be cool. Spurt just bubbling. It doesn't look like it's doing anything interesting. It's down 6% on the day. But, I mean, it's $7. 6% is not like a big shift. It was testing like $8 overnight. Want to know where you can get a new mic? Several places. And before you say GameStop, I've looked into their microphone selection, and they don't have any that I deem to be of good enough quality to buy. TMST. Got a call right when you did it. Well, true about Boomer Stock. I work in pipe industry, and they've been pumping prices on U.S. because China. Yeah, it might go up. It doesn't look bad if it continues to like move on the trajectory it's on. It's just, it seems like they have a hard time holding those high prices when they get there. So now that chat has slowed down, let's address you hating on my name earlier. So I was hating on HELLA as it is used to replace the word very or a lot. Also, you know, just don't say things that regionalize you. Don't buy the theories that GameStop is delaying MOASS to keep attention. I have to believe that if this makes millionaires out of all of us, they will experience a brand loyalty previously unseen. I don't know, man. People really liked Craftsman. You hella mad. No. So you're saying I should stop staying, y'all. Dang. GME is gonna sell Lambos? Or GM? Are you referring to General Motors? Ugh. Blackhawk, thank you so much for becoming a Cornish shot, man. I appreciate that. General Motors is going to sell cars owned by VW. Great. Ugh. I mean, just like at their dealerships. That could be beneficial. I'll tell you one thing we need fewer of, and that's car dealerships. Bloomberg just posted an article called "Spend Your Bitcoins at GameStop in the AMC." What? God, yeah, I really wish Ryan Cohen could just come out and be like, "I have nothing to do with Adam Aaron." Because Adam Aaron must know that he has a gag order and can't really say anything like forward leading about GameStop. I would include Audi and Porsche. Yeah, be what? Are Jeeps good cars? No, they're made by Chrysler. They used to be. Or, well, they used to be at least like reliable. I don't know if they were ever very good. Wranglers are good for flipping over. It's in the SEC paperwork, Deadwood. What if GME did end up working with AMC? I'd close my positions. I can't believe no one knows DFE hasn't ended up on Reddit to give updates or inside details about him. I mean, he was just some guy before this. Does he not have a big mouth friend? I know. Sweater Kurt. They're made by Stellantis. Chrysler's defunct. I didn't know that. It's hard not to be frustrated, but I just averaged up and bought 10 more. I see that green candle there. It's clearly from you. Neither. I don't really like sports. Especially sports with balls. I don't like playing with balls. But to each their own. Would you rather have dinner with 10 random stream members or be forced to go for a hike and camp outside in a tent for an evening? Ugh. Am I hiking somewhere where there are ticks? Sir, that'll be 0.000000129. I mean, visceral. I don't know if you've been to an AMC lately, but it's going to be a lot more money than that. FCA changed their name in January to Stellantis. Doesn't make their brand less garbage. Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't. Sure, ticks. Ah, goddamn. And mosquitoes. I guess I'd do dinner. Yeah, I'll do dinner. Exactly. OISX. OI6. Yeah, they're just waiting for us to quit. And it's an effective strategy. Thoughts on Hut? Like Pizza Hut? I don't know. I don't really have any. They're probably not doing as well as Papa John's and Domino's. Chicks aren't that bad. Their danger is overrated. I don't want any insect latching onto me, Cam. Linus Tech Tips. MKPHD. I have no idea. Girk, you look like a Volkswagen guy. Do I? Because I would never buy one. There's ticks and mosquitoes at the dinner too. I'll just stay home then. Do you think HD still has room after the Senate passed the bill? Yeah. I mean, the next resistance is at like 35. Probably higher now, like 36-ish, so. Ticks do carry, especially where I live, ticks carry Lyme disease. I think it's like 1 out of 10 Fernium. There might, and you can even get lucky on the dice roll and just not end up with a Dan at all. So RH bought a company AMC was using to count holders and shares, and now there are reports of unauthorized access to people that actually shared their information with the vote company. Interesting. Cards are such expensive maintenance. It's not cheap. I am a GME guy. Yeah, but it means volume weighted, not Volkswagen. I've been to Texas. If there's a few people there allergic to red meat, it'll be fine. How is the inflow higher than the outflow? We're down 1.3%. Your inflow outflow data is biased to the brokerage that it is presented to you from. So if you're looking at inflow outflow on Fidelity, that is only Fidelity retail shareholders inflow and outflow for the day. Or funds that operate under Fidelity. They don't have inflow outflow data from other clearinghouses. Volkswagen average Prius. How did Volkswagen ever get past the PR of making cars for Hitler? Like, how do you beat that PR? It's gonna be tough. I guess that's like a high quality cars. That's questionable. The same way Ford did. That and scamming everyone with clean diesel. Yeah. It's been interesting, Curtis. Yeah, Hugo Boss and Mercedes as well. But I mean, with Hugo Boss, like, those uniforms were striking. They're definitely, like from a design standpoint. Chanel, not Boss. I don't think that's correct. Oh, well, we wanted the technology after the war, right? Like, so that made sense. Like, that's why, like, none of the German scientists got charged with, like, war crimes, right? Yeah, I heard Cuomo quit. I don't want fop. I'm a Dapper Dan man. Hey, my Genworth financials almost up. You think, if you think about it, like, they didn't really have much of a choice in most instances. Yeah, it's possible. Although that's not true, because plenty of people got out before that all started, right? No, don't get GNW calls. Terrible, terrible idea. The stock is always either up or down, basically none. It has like a 10-cent range. Intraday class and the ladle. I don't know, we can come back up. It's definitely not looking as bullish as earlier today. Kiss from a whale on the teeth. We need more bulls. Bulls are attracted to volume. We've been over this. I'm still not sure what the difference is between the two chat types. You know where I can score some high quality baleen? Massachusetts. Seems like something you could get in Massachusetts. Do you think it's weird the new CEO hasn't made any public announcements yet? Kinda. I'm surprised he didn't make an announcement the second he was appointed CEO. Stock only goes against expectations. I mean, it's still within the range of expectations. It's not like we fell off a cliff or anything. They shorted a bunch, but like, I don't know how effective that was. I guess if no one's going to buy the stock, it's not going to go up, right? I know you like candle analysis. That's trend analysis, Sneezy Pooch. But yeah, I know. Imagine GameStop, the CEO like Adam Sandler. What? On my calculations, they have at least 500k shares left to pile driver a little stock into buying territory. I think they've used more than 500k. Or they've used, yeah. I'd say they probably have about like 200,000 left. Which they'll use at like 162 if we trend up. So if everyone stops buying, will the price freeze? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, absolutely, Balani. I do emotional analysis and I'm feeling pretty bullish. They borrowed 865,000. Do you recall if GME had two false MACD crossovers in quick succession? The last time that we had a big MACD crossover, there was a false signal that played out over a couple days. Then it reverted, and then it chopped a little bit, and then it went up. But it's very common for like the daily MACD to like not crossover right away, right? It's a trailing indicator, so it only tells you what has happened, not what will. $200. I like the sound of that. Jason, I feel like your data that you were quoting doesn't exist. You're just estimating a number. I like it. I like the sentiment. I'm also estimating a number. It's just far lower. Do you think market makers are still creating more synthetics? Yeah. $615. So they returned 250. Okay, so they're done shorting. That's all of them. They just needed it under 162.50 away from the ramp. Yep. All that shorting for $9. Yeah, 250,000 of them have been returned, and then the rest have been pretty obviously used. Um, well, let's see. They used 615,000 shares times today's average share price of like 160. So $100 million in collateral. Or, you know, if you account margin, 330 or 33 million, 33.3 million. Yeah. And yet, you guys are like, wow now, but some of the same people that are thinking wow also thought that that guy selling his house and buying GameStop was going to impact the price. Remember they could short us down $100. I do. That cost you even more money. Yeah, I haven't really checked the option chain today. Let me take a look. Oh yeah. Uh some very in the money puts bought today. Yeah, they're back to their old games. Most of them bought this morning. But some currently. It looks like they've been buying 200s, 212s, 175s. Another 10 million there. I mean, if those shares are available through IBKR, I'd imagine retail that's leaving those shares available to be used. It is a lot of money for a temporary $9 drop. And the problem they have right now is like no one's really selling, right? So they have to use all their shares to drive it down. I think maybe they were hoping that like we're kind of like people were discussing yesterday that they bring it up and then try to drive it down um, in order to get people to sell, but it doesn't look like that was very successful. How much money do these guys have? A lot. Is Billionaire Club only advice on GME? It's not advice on anything. It is a place, it is simply a place for people who are interested in trading to learn more about it. If trading isn't something that interests you, I don't suggest you join it. Unless you want to support the channel, which is cool. It sold at 450. Why would we sell now? I mean, a lot of people sold at 450. Red hair. I thought this was a hot yoga membership. It is if you want it to be. Wet Dirt Kurt. Jason Baumer, thank you so much for the upgrade to Zillionaire, man. I appreciate the support, dude. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I'll show you how to get your account linked up and get you added into the country club. Oh, yeah, I got to play the little song, don't I?
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Can we join if we love Seal? And if so, can we dedicate 90% of that chat to his greatest hits, which incorporate whale teeth? Sure. If anybody remembers about the Kitty Saga, he's doing better. The Pickle fam support yesterday. I must have perked him back up. Awesome, Veggie. I'm glad to hear that. The people who sold at 450 are not the people who are still here now. I mean, I sold every options contract I had that I could at 450. I didn't sell any shares there, but that's just because, like, I was busy trying to sell options. Now, don't get me wrong. I then took all that money and bought back in at 40. But even DFV sold his options at 450. What do you mean options don't count? No, it's not, John. Pterodactyl. Resignation accepted? What do they tell you? No? That's not like an option for them, you know? YouTube Studio finally has a dark theme mode. Oh my god, that's amazing. What inflation data? I think it's tomorrow. How do you know DFV sold at 450? Because his account balance went up like millions and millions of dollars. He didn't sell his shares, but he sold his options. That's how he turned $50,000 into millions of dollars, right? How do you know DFV sold at 450? He fucking posted it. That's how. Websling is 68. You know, you'd think that that's the point, to make money, but there's a lot of people that are in this, shockingly, to try to get back at the financial institutions that be, which is interesting. I mean, I'd love to fuck over a hedge fund or two, right? But I am here for the money. I want the money. I want all their money. I may not do great things with it, but I'll do better things with it than they will. It's not about the journey to 100K share. It's about the friends you make along the way. Revenge for 2008 angle. Whatever. I don't know. I mean, 2008 wasn't the best for me. Well, not really 2008, but like 9 and 10 were kind of shitty. It's about the banana boofing you do along the way. Yeah, I'm not selling at 100K. It's actually really rare to trade under a share offering of like 10% of the float like that for this long of a period of time. That definitely should have raised the market's perceived value of GameStop significantly. But it was very close to the other at the money share offering. So that may have something to do with it. And it's also just the market is like afraid of GameStop, right? It doesn't want to value it fairly because nobody wants to jump the bid-ask spread by buying into it. Wait, you guys aren't NPCs? We might be. I mean, I'd just gotten out of school around that time, and it was just a bitch to get a job. But I mean, like, my family never owned property, right? So, like, the housing market crash wasn't a big deal. And I'm sure I was affected by it economically in some way. But once you're poor enough, like, you don't really care about the economy that much. It's more just about survival. The middle class took the biggest hit, right? Are we holding up to your weekly analysis? Any projection for what happens Wednesday, Friday? I mean, go read my weekly analysis, John Con. I'm very specific on what I think the stock can do this week. I can tell you that we are well within range. Have you decided which yacht you are getting, or will you just borrow another billionaire's yacht? I don't know. It depends on how much money I have. I don't really like the idea of having a used yacht. Like some yacht other people have fornicated on or, been in. So any theories on what yesterday was all about? I think they were buying back shares with the intention of shorting. They didn't short because there was no point because they were going to be buying into their own shorts, right? So they just let it run for a day like normal, let the price come up, and then, try to create feelings of loss and sadness by then shorting the next day, right? It's just like standard market psychology bullshit. Think of all the fluids. Oh, I know. It's true. Both cases pointed up. We're currently up, right? We're up from yesterday. We're still up like 5% from yesterday or the Friday's close. How can AMC have a large short position if they trade 1/5 of the float every day? I mean, just because you're trading the float doesn't mean that the short's covered, JFresh, but they probably don't. Because they've given shorts every available opportunity to get out from under the weight of their short position. People probably fornicated in your apartment before you moved in. I know. I cleaned it. I bleached like everything, but yeah, I know. Thanks for reminding me, J Doug. Can GME do the same? Do the same what, Caleb? So you want to buy Hugh Hefner's old yacht? No? Why would I buy an old yacht? I don't know if this has been said in a while, so here goes. Whale teeth for MOASS. That's correct, Sizzle Sauce. It's the best DD around. What's Pickle Angelo swinging at? I don't know. He's just whipping his chucks about. Are you scared of bees? No, I like bees. They keep the flowers alive. Don't you enjoy a world full of beauty, JC? What's wrong with you, man? So many dumb people. It's true. Is the run up to 70 the shorts covering most of their positions? Probably, or at least a big enough chunk that they could avoid a squeeze. Right? They don't have to get rid of all of their short position, but they do have to get rid of enough that they can stop a squeeze from occurring. Offer shares and release pressure on shorts like AMC. I mean, GameStop's offered shares, but they seem to be reticent to offer the amount they could, right? Like GameStop could double its float, no problem, but they haven't, right? So obviously, Ryan Cohen and Adam Aaron, very different agendas on what they want to do with their company. Whereas, like, Adam Aaron is milking the husk of his company for every last drop of bull mayo that he can squeeze all over Kenneth Griffin's tiny boy-like body. Ryan Cohen appears to be, releasing a reasonable number of shares to try to get some capital and float the company's turnaround. Perception of AMC apes is negative due to them claiming they're the real MOASS. They say, hey, shorts haven't covered, so if you buy it at 30, there's a chance you could get 3x the returns. I mean, I guess if you're after 3x returns, but I got those on AMD. Like, I didn't have to sit around waiting for some shitty movie stock to squeeze. Like 3xing something happens every day. They got my job back, thank God. No, not scared of bees. They'll only sting you if you like hurt them or bother them. I don't really like spiders. No, they're gross. I'll kill them, Dad. Yeah, if they're in my house, I don't go around hunting spiders, but or if it's like a black widow or a recluse or something, it's like on my property. The consensus is that they were kind of forced into the share offering. I don't know if that's the consensus, but that's a theory that I had. Has that become the consensus now? Oh my god, not safe for work on that whole rant. Really? I didn't say any curse words, did I? They have those in NYC? They have, I've seen, like, you can occasionally, very rarely, get, like, a recluse. Like a brown recluse. But where I lived in California, we had a shitload of black widows. And brown widows, which are like a black widow but less dangerous. No, you didn't curse, but, you know, gross. But accurate. I feel, you know, Danatron, it's my responsibility to project a fair, observant view of the popcorn stack. And, you know, I feel like I did just that. Not too much, but not too little. Maybe. J Money, I don't know. I'd probably have I'd probably keep an apartment in New York, you know. I don't know if I'd stay there very much. Australia doesn't have a spider problem. Okay. Not safe for work if you're an AMC bag holder. Fair enough. It's not really the same comparing RC to AA. How? Isn't AA also chairman of the board? Correct? I mean, I don't know everything, but I know a lot. And so, yeah, the comparison's totally fair. Should the two companies be compared, Chief Boost? Probably not. So if I buy some A and C, you're saying AA will milk me? Maybe, J Fresh. Give it a shot. Maybe if you buy it from him direct. GameStop did say double their float. Assuming the SI is high as we think, would that reduce the peak or any other effects? It would reduce the peak if they doubled the float. Yeah. That's 50 million shares. For assuming a short position of like 150 million, that put a pretty big dent in it. AMC has no growth. They're dying. They're dying and they can't afford their rent. They're going to get evicted along with everyone else. Do you know the firing order for a Chevy 350? Shit. Like the small block? No, GME's not releasing more shares. As far as we know. How come so many YouTubers saying earnings call is amazing for AMC then? Oh, because they want you to keep watching them and giving them money. Also, they're fucking idiots. I'd answer it, but clearly people have already looked it up and told you. Isn't business real estate in the U.S. even more inflated than residential? Possibly. Well, GME doesn't thrive during lockdowns, but it's getting there, right? As they expand their e-commerce business, they're becoming more and more immune to lockdowns and moving into a space where they could even benefit from them, right? Like having shit DoorDash to you during a lockdown would have been pretty awesome. No? The first time around? 8675309. That's not true, but I like it. Been fighting with Popcorn Cult on Twitter all morning. Why, Nanobite? I feel like I've quoted this before, but I'm going to quote it one more time just for you. Don't argue with idiots. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Where can I check to see that shares borrowed this morning have been returned? You can look at iBorrowDesk. You can check Fidelity's Active Trader Pro, even though I don't think anything was borrowed from over there. You can look at GME Stonka Tracker, which just tracks iBorrowDesk for you. I think if you pay for unusual whales, they have it. Koifin might have it available. They may not for GameStop, though. Home Depot doing its thing. Nice. Oh. Maybe I should get ready to move out of some positions over there. Yes, okay, we all know the firing order for a 350 small block. Everyone can stop posting it in chat. That's a good item. Yeah. Not to mention 90% of AMC pushers are trolls or bots. Not worth the time. Yep. It's like playing chess with a pigeon. You make the right moves, it just knocks the pieces over and poops all over the board. That's correct, Stefan. And sometimes, I think about it and I'm like, am I a little jealous that AMC has all this interest and GameStop has less? Or am I just happy that those people have something to be distracted by and they're not invested at GameStop? And I think it's the latter. Like, I'm glad that the people who own AMC are over there owning AMC, you know? A bunch of hedge funds and investors just announced an $11 million investment into helium. Price just exploded. Cool, Daddy. Are you rich now? Did you just become crypto rich? Hey man, how much do you think one would need to trade daily to make a profit or loss, whatever, whole? I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess that would depend on how much you want to make a year over year. Like, what do you need to support your current lifestyle? Yeah, we'd squeeze sooner, but maybe less spectacularly, right, Stefan? And I'm okay with that. Also, also think about this, Stefan, and this is more important than the squeeze. Like, honestly, it doesn't really matter who owns the stock; it'll probably squeeze about the same. But the best part is pointing and laughing at them when it's over, right? That's gonna be fun. Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna make so many donations to Matt Core's channel, but like for enough that he won't ban me, right? Like I'll just get him hooked on the money and just say terrible, terrible things. You didn't really fight Houston when he said he thinks AMC will go into the thousands. I mean, I didn't feel the need to. I disagreed with him, right? I didn't feel the need to like jump up and down on his dreams. I was being diplomatic. I still disagreed though, pretty vehemently. 10K Matt Courses Rick of Spades. You can't retract super chats. Nice, man. Yeah, I mean, just because I'm, you know, narcissistic, acerbic asshole doesn't mean that, I don't have manners. You were being fallacious. I was not, Jay Fresh. I thought that's what you were buying AMC for. Your pronunciation of vehemently is world class. Greg, if we were all 5'9.5" New Yorker stock whisperers, we'd be narcissistic too. Maybe. Can we just have a morsel of catalyst? No, you'll get one catalyst and that'll be MOASS and you'll like it. How is the borrow fee for a stock chosen? By the lenders. And it's a competitive market, so they generally all settle around the same price point. I just got a bomb chili recipe. Gonna try it out tonight. How's it? How do you know if it's bomb yet if you haven't tried it? So what you should have been was like, I tried a bomb chili recipe last night. Here it is. That's the correct sequence. I've manipulated the market already today, and it didn't go well. Joined late, only to find out they borrowed 900K. Well, technically 615,000. They returned the 250 they didn't need to use. The lenders choose the rate they charge? That doesn't sound right. Why? I made a lot of chili. I can tell by looking at the ingredients. Fair enough. Okay, I respect that. I would never drink a fucking IPA. VWAP Disciple. Hops are gross, and so is beer. It's just bread soda. Also go back to the 90s with your use of the word bomb. Do you have a problem with bomb.com, billionaire? The day MOASS starts, can you make Carl a mod and end the stream and never stream again? I dream of that day. I don't know what I'm more excited about, MOASS or just never streaming again. Kitty's Bear, welcome to Dillionaires. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate the support. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added after the stream.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
You know, say what you will, but I will say this. This was pickle manipulation. And this, pineapple pizza talk. You know who else likes pineapple pizza? People from Chicago who trade options. So what's your vice? I don't really have any. Money, power, being better. I like to be right. Being right's a big thrill. Thanks, Dillionaire. You'll miss us when we're gone. Twist. You stream only for pigeon blood whales. Well, no, someone brought it up in chat, Alexi. It's not living rent free in my head. I know you want it to, but it won't. It's not like I haven't known about pineapple pizza and the people that eat it before this stream occurred. Would you rather be forced to drink one IPA per week for the rest of your life or eat one slice of Hawaiian pizza per week for the rest of your life? Mr. Diggs, I don't know why you ask me these questions. I choose neither. So no pineapple pizza at Deep in the Money Pizzeria. It's CBOE traders would eat it all the time. I'll miss out on the profits. It's worth it for the integrity. I feel ecstatic right now for being right on my helium thesis. That's awesome, man. I'm really happy for you. I'm not even kidding. 167 close. Well, thank you, Animesh Menglik. You didn't draw the pickle until near the peak. Yeah, it wasn't near the peak. I drew the pickle around here. We can go back and check. Yeah, there's video evidence. IPA is not good, but stouts and porters are. I just don't like beer. It's fine if people do. Who will benefit the most from MOASS? I mean, State Street, BlackRock, and Vanguard will all benefit greatly from MOASS. The government from taxes, sort of. Doesn't Susquehanna? Susquehanna is short GameStop. They have a position, but it's a put position. Or, well, the position reported was a put position. Where the T+2 gamma exposure from Friday at? Well, that could have been this morning. Depends on how many contracts they closed on Friday. They've been buying the options in like September. When I looked earlier, yeah, September 24th. Some for this week for the 13th, but not many. Only 270 contracts for the 13th. January 21st, 2022 was a bunch of the contracts that came in today. So they're buying the puts further out, right? So those aren't going to be, like, the gamma exposure is not going to be covered until those contracts are closed. I keep the shows rich. Yeah, no problem, PHL. But also yesterday was some of it. Hey, bro, why no MOASS? I know, right? Daily RRP 998 billion. Cool. Thanks, B-Diz. Plot twist. I'm gonna get high again. When don't you, Carl? Cuomo just resigned. Yeah. Do you think GME losses will offset collective gains in other securities for short hedge funds? Maybe. It depends on how compounded the position is, right? I don't want to be governor. Or do I? No. I wouldn't get elected. I'm too forthright to be a politician, I think. We should hire Dan to be a synthetic Gherk post MOASS and continue the stream. First one at a time until one meets your expectations. Thanks, Carl. You'll need the pineapple pizza vote? I don't know. I'm in New York. Probably not. Like, pineapple pizza's mostly hated here. I don't think they're gonna. I don't. Okay, you can't have a communist that's part of either of the current American political parties because neither of those are the Communist Party. There's no Communist Party active in America that I know of. I wouldn't vote for you. Thanks, Aloha. In 14 days. Okay. To tell the truth, yesterday you woke up 3 minutes before the stream. Did you or did you not brush your pickle teeth in those 3 minutes? I didn't. I said I didn't yesterday, stonks. But I brushed them before I went to bed, and I hadn't eaten anything, so it wasn't that bad. Brushed and flossed. People don't read books. Generally, the people that think those two things are the same. Not that either one of those economic systems is all that great. The only ist in this chat is opportunist. Exactly. Although I do like the idea of a meritocracy. That could be interesting. I wonder if anyone's ever done that. See, that's the problem, is it's very hard to, you'd have to have like an AI or something that could determine merit. It couldn't be left up to like a human, right? Because there'd be too much bias. Hmm. How do you feel about anarchy? Seems fun. I wouldn't want to be like in the middle of it. I didn't have fucking time, AM. Have you brushed your teeth every morning of your life forever? I understand that the AI needs to be told how to determine merit. But maybe it could just learn by studying, right? Like maybe you could just have it study meritorious people. I don't know how to program an AI. I mean, even if it had a margin of error of 10%, it'd probably still be better than most of the current systems that we have in place. I've never seen Westworld, but I've been told to watch it. I know, what dirt Kurt. But it's something to do, right? So how to weight meritorious, what factors? Stop paying your electric bill for more GME. You're describing the downfall of society? Is it really a downfall? Next thing you know, we'll be in Minority Report. What a bunch of heavily biased techies dictating what meritorious means. I just feel like it would, even with all of that, you know, maybe better off. Popcorn looking weak. Ooh. Looks like its share price is starting to reflect its earnings. Just absolute RNG? No, that won't work. Kind of like was it like the Athenian system, rhubarbs, where like everybody's expected to serve in government at some point in their life, like every citizen. Yeah, I don't think that'd work either. Here's the problem, though, is like most other systems of government support a never ending exponential population growth. And that's not sustainable. So the options are we just start engineering people to be perfect, or we have some sort of system that determines, unfortunately, right? I think anarchy just eventually leads to like tribalism, though. And it's like asks a lot from individuals. Is this politics? I don't know. Not really, right? Because it's just like theoretical forms of governance. Tribalism is AMC. It's more philosophical ethics. Yeah. Like basically none of the systems of governments we've described exist, right? Anywhere in the world. It's something fun to talk about while GameStop retests its daily low. Nice, Sean and on. Why don't they just give everyone a shot in the arm that will render a percentage of the population infertile? They should. Let's slow down population growth. People don't, but like then it's who gets it, right? That's the problem with those things. Because there's no fair way to determine that. Spy fell straight past the up. No, not really. You can't use IQ though. They've determined that IQ is not a metric which is relevant. I volunteer for a free vasectomy. Daniel Taylor, you're already a Dan. We know you're infertile. Yeah, they have done that. We cut off reproduction entirely and devote all resources to the biological singularity, since we'll all live indefinitely. Well, that could happen too, right? Like if they find a way to stop aging, which I think they're like nearly on the brink of, maybe like 25 years out, and then no one dies anymore. It's freaky. Hmm. Puts on telomeres. I've created 3 children. That shouldn't be allowed. Based on some of your comments in the chat, Mr. Diggs, I kind of agree. Only the ultra rich will have access to anti-aging. That's correct. Same goes for, biohacking and other genetic engineering. If we ever figure out how to download consciousness, that'll also go to the ultra rich first. Good thing we will be the ultra rich, right? It's a damn good reason to not have paper hands. It's true, rhubarbs. The world will be taken over by clones of Tom Cruise. Interesting. What would be the first thing you'd have bioengineered for yourself? I don't know. Crazy hearing or eyesight or something? Taken 957, a big pickle. Nah, I'm fine on that front. I'm not worried. I feel like that would be a problem, is everyone making their pickles too big and then no one liking them. Could you bioengineer a pigeon to grow baleen from its beak? Probably. Like a little filter feeder pigeon. Pineapple Danza confirming small pickle for the rest of the stream. Thank you, Pineapple. When you were trading on a play HC, for instance, do you spread your positions over multiple brokers? No, not usually. Sometimes I do just to like have one on the stream. Where's Stefan when we need him? I said big pickle. I drive around my lifted pickup truck so everyone can know how big it is. All right, Pineapple Danza. We get it. You can balance it out by transferring shares. If Johnsons have taught you nothing, it's not about the size of your position, it's how you hold it. Yeah, no, David. Sir David P. I don't care about the RRP. Why do you guys care about that so much? You can. Fidelity also offers banking services. It's provocative. It gets people going. That's everything. Oh, why would you say that, Ants? Chance? Chanderson? Chance Anderson? If Fidelity is lending out shares on cash accounts, we can see, right? You're assuming a lot. You have a lot of assumptions as the grounds for your lawsuit there. What makes you think 1 million shares aren't held by people who have margin accounts? Ugh. 4 months ago, did you think you could ever see yourself streaming daily, having a subcult in your chat known as Dan's, and be synonymous with Pickles? Thousands and thousands of people. No. It's kind of crazy. Will you mukbang a Wendy's platter? What's a Wendy's platter? I'm just dubiously speculating. Well, Gebsus, dubious speculation is the bane of my existence. It's okay. I don't wear the VWAP hat in public. I'm not afraid people will see me. It's just that every time I do, people are like, "Oh, bro, does that mean very wet ass, you know, stuff?" And I'm like, "No, that's just annoying. It's just like attracts idiots." Although, did I tell you guys about that time I went to the coffee shop in the financial district like a couple weeks ago, and there was some dude wearing a VWAP hat? Like a dude in a suit with a VWAP baseball cap on. It was awesome. So, I mean, it definitely means the interns at the short hedge funds are watching the stream. I'll donate to the mukbang cause if you look into the camera and say, "We have the meats." This volume is worrying. Yeah, it's almost like the only people trading the stock are short hedge funds. I didn't say hi. I didn't steal his hat. It was you from the future? Maybe. Or from the past? Past me? I'm holding 100,000 GME shares on margin after depositing only $100 on TD Ameritrade. I love it. You still have cruise stocks? Wasn't the time to get out of those like after they started vaccinating people? And everyone thought the world was going to return to normal? I don't understand why retail isn't making any difference when you have things like Fidelity buy orders being 7-1 most days. But Fidelity buy orders represent a very small amount of the stocks being traded, Silver Reserve. See, here's what I don't understand is a lot of people made plays on like resorts and casinos and cruise ships to go up when the pandemic ended, right? And like they went up to their previous levels and then people didn't sell. They were like, "No, it's going to go higher than it's ever been before." And that's just crazy. You know what? I just don't like you, Joshua Conrad. You're a prick. Do you know how to enable green font on Fidelity? No. Secret ingredient is green. So it can't be the price is prohibiting us. It's the retail's tapped out and there's no renewed interest. I do remember how we went up all day yesterday. Should have had strong support at other points during the day. Do you think the end game will be dividend or other catalyst? No. I imagine that the currently it would appear that the end game is just going to be um the shorts compounding losses getting the better of them. Because there's no other catalyst or dividend on the horizon currently. I went over that like an hour ago, Winter. Sorry, I choked on my water. No, I gotta drink more water. Yeah, they're wet because I choked on water. Drink more water. That's not gonna fix the issue. Ugh. Ow. Yeah, pickle went down the wrong tube. No, I'm not dead yet. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm still alive. It's not the fucking mold. I choked on my water. I don't know. They borrow the rest of the shares? They're really pushing it down. Is this Australian MOASS? Market's coming down. Like really, really hard. Yeah, kind of. Not a good look for it today. Awesome, J Money. I love finding money in old brokerage accounts. It's like when you find $10 in your pants, but more. How far could the price go down? It's hard to say. I mean, it's below expected levels currently, right? I could look at our low, possible low. The lowest it could go potentially is 149.50, but we have support at 152.90. It looks like we've slipped the other support, which we were headed to get above today. So yeah, the lower support is 149.50, but it looks like we're bouncing a little bit here. Well, he transferred his funds out of Robinhood, is what he was saying. Do you feel like you're working harder now because of streaming and DD, etc., than you were before all of this? Way. I used to work like an hour a day at most. Yeah, that's correct, Daniel. Why do some support lines not support on occasion, like 157 today? Was selling pressure too much, or is that support not valid anymore? I mean, it's still, we're still locked in around 157, right? Supports aren't like precise. It's not just like you hit 157 every time and that's the support, right? Like you can move through supports, but you're moving around them, right? I told people to think of it kind of like orbiting. Like they have a gravitational pull. Sometimes they're precise. Sometimes you bounce right on the support, but generally not. You have any thoughts on this or no? No, not really. Don't care. I don't care about Warden's Discord or who he left it to or what he's doing with his GameStop. What are puts looking like today? Any in the money purchased? Yeah, bunch of in the money. We went over that like an hour ago. And since we haven't really traded any volume since then, I really don't feel like going over and logging back in to check it again. Yeah, that's another way of looking at it, taken. Went and got a Subway sandwich, but I didn't get pickles on it. Alright. I don't care. Why are some so close together? And when is the support not valid anymore? Generally, on GameStop, within a $2.50 range is where the supports exist. Express up 8%. Usually runs with other shorted stocks too. Yeah, it's definitely in the same basket. Everyone trust in Lady VWAP and the power of the dance. The rocket will launch. It will. It's just a matter of when. What's your favorite Poor's meal that you'll never give up? I mean, just straight up cheese pizza is definitely up there. Um, I really enjoy grilled cheese and tomato soup. That's a good one. Back up to mean we go. Not necessarily. You'd have to have volume to go back up, right? If all your volume is down. My wife's in New York now. What's the best pizza place to go to? There's a place in Brooklyn called The Industry that's fucking amazing. There's a place in the Lower East Side, like near Chinatown, called Scars. No, wait. Is it Scars? SC. Hold on, I gotta look up the name of it. I just want to make sure I'm right. Yeah, Scars Pizza on the Lower East Side. It's super good. Those are my favorite right now. Why do anchovies get such a bad rap? They're pretty intense, and I think some people are grossed out by the idea of eating them. I don't like deep dish pizza that much, although I've had good deep dish pizza, Puget Sound comedy, but I like Chicago pub pizza. It's interesting. It's different than like New York pizza. Scars does not sell pineapple pizza. They have a jalapeno pizza with hot honey, which, you know, is disgusting too, but no pineapple pizza. Florida increased GME holdings by 300%. When? I mean, that's not really like a lot of shares. So this doesn't really matter. It's a very small position. Puget? I don't know. I don't know what his fucking name is, Jonathan. A hot honey hitter. Like Grimaldi's? I don't think I've had that. Oh, there's Prince Street Pizza's really good. If you like more of the like Sicilian style pizza. I love Sabaro. No, it doesn't. It shouldn't. It should not remind you of when you vacationed in Naples. Either you had a really fucking bad pizza in Naples, or you live next to the best Sbarro in the world. The Paglias? No. Naples, Florida. Prince Street Pizza has the most photogenic pepperoni pizza. They do. It's really fucking good though. Like I don't like that place. There's always a line to get pizza. It's always super crowded. But they do have good pizza. Did you ever have Golden Boy Pizza in SF? No, I don't think so. Can someone give me some credit for calling support at 155.44? You were off by 2 cents though. I've had John's. I don't like it. They used to be really good a long time ago, but they're not anymore. It was in Little Italy. Uh, Ray's Pizza. See, there used to be one Ray's that was good, and it was on like 11th on the lower west side. But they're gone. They shut down. All the rest of the Ray's pizzas are just like garbage chains. None of them are good. And there's like 100 of them. Is Ray's? I've never eaten it. I haven't been to Lombardi's since I was little. Yeah, Ray's on 11th was phenomenal. Frank Pepe in Connecticut. No, it's not the place that's like really famous for the like clam sauce pizza. Mod pizza's pretty good. You're clearly from California. California has no good pizza at all. It's all bad. I've never had good pizza in the state of California. I don't know if it's the shitty river water they used to bake things with or what's wrong with it, but it's terrible. Yeah, they do the clam pizza. Yeah, I've heard of that place. California has great Mexican food, better than New York, but the pizza's garbage. Nope, refuse to believe it. 90% of today's pizza social mentions are from this stream. Where's Zachary's hand? Yeah, but New York's water doesn't come from the rivers. Best bagels are in Los Angeles. Even you know that's not true. I went to one place in San Francisco that was like, okay. Zachary's pizza looks fucking disgusting. I'm looking at it right now. Terrible. Ugh. It's like fucking raw sauce on a. No. Yeah, it's not in SF. It's in Oakland. But it looks disgusting. Wrong. Incorrect. I highly doubt that. This one place in Mississippi called Domino's. I love how fucking heated pizza debates get. Like everyone, no matter where you live, everyone loves pizza. Like everyone's just super. It's almost awesome how passionate people are about pizza. It doesn't matter your race or culture. Like everyone just loves fucking pizza. I know the bagels thing was a joke. It couldn't be anything else. What's my favorite type of pizza? Toppings and sauce. So whenever I eat at like a pizza place that's been recommended or someone's like, "Oh, you got to try this place," the first thing I will eat is cheese. Nothing else. If their cheese pizza, just their straight up cheese pizza, is no good, then everything else they sell is garbage. It's different, right? You can't compare the two. That's like comparing American Chinese food to actual Chinese food. Or, you know, like there's no comparison between like pizza from Italy and pizza in New York. They're not the same cuisine, right? It's kind of like pizza in New York and pizza in Chicago. Like Chicago's pizza is different, but that doesn't make it bad, right? It's just it's a totally different fundamental dish. Ever tried look oh look? No, I don't think so. Is pizza an open-faced sandwich? I don't know. Which do I prefer? New York pizza, but I grew up here. The problem with a slice of pepperoni is they can have like a really good slice, but shitty pepperoni. Pizza from Italy is not necessarily thinner. It's cooked in a totally different way. I can't believe we're still talking about pizza. New York pizza's fud. So that's just something somebody who would like hasn't had New York pizza would say. I like the little pepperonis that make little cups. That's so yeah, that's the ones that's like a natural casing, right? And so when it heats up, it kind of like contracts, the casing contracts, and that makes it into like little cups that hold all the delicious pepperoni grease. Although pepperoni is kind of like an American thing too. I'll defend ranch to the death. Clearly also from California. California is the home of ranch. I lived there for 10 years. I'm perfectly qualified to comment on the quality of the food in that state. It's trash for the most part. They have good Mexican food, Hawaiian food, Asian foods sometimes. No, you're not. California grows the best mayo. I know. I spent a long time there. I never had a New York accent though, so yeah, Miami has really good Cuban food. There's some good Cuban food in New York. Not a lot, but some. Yeah, I lived in SoCal for a really long time. Where did you get your Boston accent? Are you buying precious metals after MOASS? Absolutely not. There's a couple places that are really good. Carbonated pickle. Not many, but there's a couple. What country does the best fish and chips? England. I'm gonna open up a silver mine. Let's go to Nevada. You can buy one for nothing. Which country does the best full Irish breakfast? Can't be New York Jewish deli. You know what? Cantor's in LA is actually pretty good too. Like they make their own pastrami and their own corned beef and stuff. It's pretty solid. I don't like their breads aren't as good as like what you'd get in New York, but why would German market price be so much higher than ours? Well, I think the German market's closed, right? And that's interesting because that means there'll be arbitrage. Ooh, very interesting. If the sandwich wasn't like $30, it would be better. Yeah, I agree. Why is RRP post always at the top of Superstock? Because it sounds interesting and people don't understand it. It might be time for a CVV WAP check, Eric. I like that you remember that. I think Los Tacos #1. Where's that? It sounds really familiar. It's provocative. Oh, yeah, I don't like chopped cheese. I don't understand that. I don't know why it's become so popular recently, but it's disgusting. To this day, the best tacos I've ever had were I was at this like private party and some dude just rolled up with some big ass griddles and giant bags of marinated meat and started making tacos for everybody. And they were I couldn't get his number or where to find him, but he made the best fucking tacos I've ever had in my life. Shishuka African? Isn't it like Mediterranean? Shishuka's Turkish? Yeah, I'll never have them again. It was just that one time. Yeah, I've been to Tijuana. The tacos were okay. Although I didn't like really venture out. I didn't want to be there. My friends like dragged me there and it sucked. I sent you a new video on Discord. Thanks, Peanuts. I hope it's amazing. Chili chocolate chicken tacos? That sounds like a mole. I mean, it's just like spicy tomato sauce and eggs. It's not like a very complicated dish. Maybe some feta sprinkled over the top. No. They did not. But so my buddy's dad, who I was there with, owns that place. It was a weird trip. Yeah, homemade Mexican tamales are amazing. I like Mexican food a lot. It's just like you can't find good Mexican food in New York. Let's just run to 200. That'd be cool. Swish and flick. Back to VWAP. Someday. Yeah, there is by far more bad pizza in New York than good. I eat twice as much in a day listening to this channel. I know Cuomo resigned, Tom Tom. I heard. So we'll just buy pizzas for my entire shop. See, we're putting it out there into the world and it's manifesting itself in very real ways. Yeah, thin crust Chicago pizza is definitely different than New York pizza. Think NFT announced it this week? No. Oh, it's Puget Sound. Silly. Deep dish, not my favorite. I don't love deep dish. I'm in upstate New York and I'm afraid to eat anywhere because everything is trash. Usually, like, it depends on where upstate you are, but wings are always usually pretty good upstate. I've had some good pizza upstate, actually. It's rare, but I've found, there's a couple places. How do you look at what's going on with arbitrage and CVVWAP? You have to do it on Trading View. So I haven't been to Buffalo in a long time, but I have been there. It was just Jesus, over 15 years ago. What state has the best food? That's tough. It's all like regional, right? Definitely not California. It's all subjective. I mean, it is. The only people saying California are people who've only lived there or just not had food other places or had good food ever. California has very good Mexican food, and that's about it. New England has great seafood. New York has good pizza and some other things occasionally. Shut up. Yeah, Texas has barbecue and Mexican food. Florida has Cuban food. Like every place is gonna have obviously different things that are better, right? I've never had like Memphis barbecue in Memphis. I've never been to Tennessee. New York probably has the best like blend of everything, but I don't think anything's as good as it is regionally, right? Like New York has a lot of really high-end like restaurants that are good, and it has like pizza and Italian food, which is kind of like culturally relevant. There's some good Irish places. There's good like Central American food and some Caribbean food. But there's definitely holes in that. Like there's definitely places that have those cuisines but better, right? It's just New York is kind of just a blend of everything. So there's no food that you can't find here, but it's not necessarily the best version of that food. If you go to a nice enough steakhouse, good steakhouses that are selling expensive steaks should always cut your steak. And there's a reason behind that, right? It's not just arbitrary, like, oh, I like to have my cut steaks cut for me like a little boy. It's because you don't give somebody a $200 steak and let them cut it across the grain and then complain about it, right? Or cut it with the grain. I've had Korean barbecue. It's good. I'm not against cooking my own meats. I cook all the time. Yep, I did. I lived in LA for a long time. Like, well, not LA, but Orange County, which is not part of the LA Valley knuckleballer. You're just gonna pretend that between Los Angeles and San Francisco, California doesn't do everything the best? Yeah, they don't. The California restaurants that are successful are all about scene, right? It's all about being seen there and having like a nice uh aesthetic, but it's not really about the food because everyone there is on a diet and no one eats. I didn't live in Irvine, but it is the most boring place on earth. I've spent a lot of time in LA though. I worked in LA for years. If we ended at 157, what would be a reasonable early test tomorrow? 162.50 again. Newport Beach. I did live there for a while. California elitists, I feel like normally transplants from Nebraska who get a superiority complex. Yeah. I live in Irvine. Fuck my life. The Asian food in Irvine's getting a lot better because of UCI. So it's drawn like a lot of like Chinese and Taiwanese, Vietnamese food. It's definitely better than it was 10 years ago when it was just like Cheesecake Factory at the Spectrum. Big fan of Sharkies when I was first 21. I was a pretty big fan of Sharkies when I was like 19. They didn't really care about checking ID too much. Used to Uber in Orange County, and the stingiest people are the millionaires along the coast. They can be. I mean, I'm not gonna say that they're like attacking like a MACD crossover, right? I think they're attacking the price point that a MACD crossover infers, right? They're trying to keep it below an area where volume could start to come in. I mean, wine country's fucking nowhere near LA. Neither is the sea where the fish come from. It's not like they're fishing off a fucking Santa Monica pier and taking it to the restaurant. It's like halibut from Alaska, which is the same place everyone gets it from. And salmon from farms in Scotland. Like, you use a ceramic cooker? I don't know what you mean. You mean like a Dutch oven? I didn't live near downtown Fullerton. I've been to downtown Fullerton, but I didn't live near there. Spirit animal. That's how you pronounce LA. The exact way they say it in Letterkenny, with the same attitude. Have you ever been noodling? No. The idea of pulling catfish out of mud doesn't really appeal to me. Oh, my commute was atrocious when I worked in LA. Why would someone move from Cali to New York City? I mean, I'm from New York City originally. Power hour, do the thing. All right. I can't remember which thing I do now. It's this one, right? I wouldn't say tons of Michelin star restaurants, given that Southern California just got added to the Michelin Guide. I mean, less Michelin stars than New York or Japan or France or Italy. All of which it's bigger than. Also, Michelin stars, not always the best metric for good food. Where's Dilatello? I already did. This is the last of the 4 pickles for TMNP. Thanks, Deku. I appreciate that, man. I do. When do you think MOASS will happen? The guilt of pretending to work every day is starting to get to me. Where are they used 615,000, I believe, shares today to short. They returned some of the 865,000 that were borrowed. All good, Ridgington berries. Maybe I'll put them all. I've screenshot all of them. Maybe I'll make them all emojis or something after I've completed the set. How much? How much for what? Citigroup's interesting. How much did they buy? Couldn't have been much, right? We haven't had enough volume. Oh, no, Han. Don't do that. You don't live in NorCal anymore. You can be better than saying hella. Are we gonna get a Shredder Kenny G? Steve Cohen gang. It's one of the... So, the only thing I hate equally or more than people saying the word height is people saying the word hella. And so this has created a dilemma for me. Hmm. No, height is correct. Ugh. Pineapple pizza, hella, and height. No, height is a California thing. They also say roof for the word roof. Yeah, it's height. They say height. Like instead of saying height, which is you know a measurement of how tall something is. It's through the roof. You know what? It's been a long time coming. It's time I start ignoring chat. That's it. I think the time has come. I think the stream's big enough that I just don't need to read the chat anymore. Right? Did you just say especially? You cannot ignore the dance. I've been in a pissy mood all day. And you guys are not fucking helping it. I'll tell you that much. Saying things like espresso and height and hella and rough. Supposedly. Oh, the other one's Pacifically. Pacifically's super annoying too. Your bad attitude's bringing the stock down. My attitude is a direct reflection of the chat. It's the only thing that can affect my mood, right? Irregardless is just, a misunderstanding of the word regardless. Talk about particular DDs and why they suck. Thank you, C Pickles. When did you discover GME was different from normal options play? January? Oh, I wouldn't associate with somebody who said hecka. Dranked? It's already past tense. I don't like SNL, so I've probably never seen it. Would you associate with anyone named Carl? Asking for a friend. Do you associate with anyone? A select few people. And even they piss me off sometimes. How about people who still say ratchet? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever hung out with anyone who says ratchet. Did you associate with anyone named Bruce? It's pronounced caramel. It's not caramel. That's spelled caramel, but that's not spelled the way caramel is spelled. I've been to that town. It's very wet and expensive. It's pecan. Ugh. So what do you? So what do you say? You're saying pecan? Is that how you're trying to say you're pronouncing it? Aluminium. It's better. Pecan. Ugh. Fidelity finally has the sacred VWAP. Pecan. It's definitely pecan. But yeah, I guess you could say it that way or try to. I mean, whatever, right? Just know that people are going to judge you. Water. Water. Not worder or worder. Just water. Exactly the way it's spelled. Yeah, or wooder. Ugh. How do you pronounce Audi? It's Audi. I like ribs. Ribs are good. Frustrating? It's fruss. I don't know if you spelled that wrong or if you're spelling it phonetically. Worder. Ugh. I don't know why people can't just pronounce shit the way it's spelled. Like Nvidia. Adidas. Library? Oh, that's another really annoying like Californianism is they say lawyer. Like like this, like hold on. instead of lawyer. That drives me fucking nuts. I'm guilty of this. Liars is an acceptable substitute. I say lawyer and never knew it. I said lawyer. Law-yer. It's 2 syllables. Just call them attorneys. That works too. Adidas. I feel like I said Adidas. Right? Yeah. That's how I pronounce it. I don't say Adidas. I say Adidas. Which I guess is similar, but different. So you're saying it's Adidas. Like German DOS. Interesting. Here we go again with the NVIDIA mess. You haven't pronounced my name correctly? Well, I'm sorry, Coral. Is that better? Hey, our boy's going up, right? The boy likes pronunciation streams. Let me tell you. The rural juror. It's Loya in New York. Hey, if you're from the Brooklyn or the Bronx, yeah. Ireland or Ireland? Ireland. Coral? The verger. Ugh. What do you think about puts on DPZ? It's 10-day, looks like it keeps dropping through resistance. Is it too late to get on the bus? Maybe. Let's take a look at it. Minnesota. Trying to get free stock information out of me. It looks pretty shitty. I wonder why. Oh, because it's at like all-time highs. Yeah, I mean, there might be a play back down to like resistance. Jesus. It's really at all-time highs. I mean, the next good resistance is down here at like 400. But clearly some valuation metric has changed for it to be worth, 550 or 518, whatever it's trading at right now. Did they have like insane earnings or something? Jesus, this whole year, it's just been ripping. God, imagine if you bought here. Peak COVID time. Not even peak COVID time. How much was it then? Dear Lord. That's some growth. Yeah, it looks like it's got some room to move down, but it's not moving down too fast. You might want to think about longer term on it because it doesn't move quickly, right? Well, there's corral and coral, which are different words. Warsh? Ugh. See, what's interesting about this is, like, imagine having this conversation But when I'm having it with a room full of people, and someone's always offended, and I love it. I love that almost no matter what I say, one of you guys is a little pissed about it. It's pretty cool. It's never something I really thought about being a streamer until now. Like there's someone from every part of the country in here right now, right? I'm calling my lawyer. Ugh. I'm not Portuguese. Not that being Portuguese is bad, but I am not Portuguese. Yeah, I know. I said I wasn't going to interact with chat, and here I am. But what else am I going to do, right? Am I going to watch the stock trade 0.002 million volume a minute? I'm mad about all the food you like and the way you say words. Awesome. Thanks for hanging out, though. I'm offended how Americans pronounce Volkswagen. That's fair. It's Wagen, right? I don't speak German, though, so I could be wrong on that. Puts on the Portuguese? Nah. Just the language. Their food's good. That's what somebody who's Portuguese would say. Why? If you get bored, we could look at Spurt again. It's coming back up. Did one of those below volume. Shitty day. At least it bounced off 7-Eleven. And the market's had a weird day too. Like testing all-time highs and then like, I mean, not dropping into corrective zones, but that probably needs adjusted this week, actually. I probably need to start bringing that up. Spurt's not spurting, but it's there. I mean, I don't really care about it that much. My options are in the money, so I've got time. Do more day trading for fun and profit. Probably, but this is like kind of a shitty week. It's all the like meme stock earnings that aren't GameStop, which is just going to create like volatility. I don't like volatility. I like confirmable breakouts. Newfoundland? I know what the reverse repo's at. Smooth Gotti beats. Americans don't say toboggan? Isn't there somebody in here named Dr. Toboggan? When did you get into day trading? About 5 years ago. A little more now. I guess almost 6 years ago. God, time flies when you own GameStop. How do you feel about Tesla this week? I don't know. I still have some 710s. They're okay. I I I I mean like Bitcoin's coming down a little bit, which is probably hurting it. I still think like a test of 720 a better test of 720 than this is in the cards. So, but I sold half my position, so I'm just kind of in with, free money at this point. Why are Southerners wearing beanies? Does it get cold in the South? I've never been there in the winter. I've been to Florida in the winter, and it was hot as fuck. Interesting. You have bad ice storms? Huh. That's interesting. I've really only ever been in the South in the summer. I wonder why that is. Yeah, I know. All of Texas froze. And SoCal it goes below 60. We start wearing puffy jackets. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm check to see if they returned all the shares borrowed. Yeah, they returned the ones they didn't use. But it still looks like if we end up for today, we're gonna end up probably around like 160 ish. Like if we come back up, I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna cross 162.50 today. Not on this volume. Not unless the volume picks up a lot moving into close, like in the next half hour. 162.28, maybe. Into the 20s and teens. The coldest place I think I've ever been was Indiana in the winter. I think it got to like negative 25 out when I was there. Like you couldn't breathe outdoors. That's the coldest I've ever been in my life. I like walked outside and it hurt to breathe. I was there for that. That wasn't that long ago, right? It was like 8 years or something. Laughs in Siberian. I mean, there's a reason I wouldn't live there. I've dealt with negative 43 in Manitoba. Ugh. That's just like a testament to man's arrogance that people live in places like Palm Springs or Manitoba, Canada, or Siberia or Southern California where there's no water. Let's be honest, people live indoors. I mean, yeah. I used to have to go to Palm Springs all the time, and I hated it. And people are like, oh, it's dry heat. I'm like, yeah, but it's like an oven. It's like living in a toaster. What's in Palm Springs? I mean, I had to work. I had work out there, but nothing. Yeah, it's because I was in the cannabis industry. Morongo Casino. Why would I hang out at that place? It's kind of really coming back up. What's going on here? This is end of day bullishness. My family looks at me. Spirit, GameStop, and Kiss. Costs all moving up. Spurt is a meme stock. I think it is, yeah. That's kind of what attracted me to it. Also, like I felt like the buy-in was super low, and the floats even lower, I think, than Coss's, but it's got an options chain, which is very appealing. Going to private taco parties. How the other half lives. It was a pretty fancy party, I'm not gonna lie, except for the tacos, but that was the best part. So spurt is fun to say too. It is. We end at 165. Tomorrow we go up 170, down to 160, then end of day back 170. Sudbury? I paper handed 40% of my spurt options while I was still up. I mean, I sold the first batch when I was up, but this batch was free, so. Or that's one way of looking at it. City folk. What stocks do you hold besides GME? I have Palantir, AMD, O, Fubo. I have like a few UWMC. I have a few other like stocks, but not a lot of them. GNW, OPK, and Ford. I don't have a lot of cement. I've sold all my cement to Don Pepino. I do have 30 shares of AMC. I kind of want to sell them. I used to hold them in solidarity, but they are up like $27 a share. End of day pull? Sure. Just cause we're getting some price action. I don't know why you guys get so excited about the end of day pull. Tradition at this point. I don't like tradition. User engagement for the win. I feel like the chat is always very engaged. Given that I pretty much just talk to the chat all day. End of day 184. Why come MOASS not an option? Because MOASS isn't an option today. Today is not MOASS day. It has been determined. Needed 160.90. You mean yesterday's closing price? Before it adjusted? I always just pick the one with 69 in it. Before you started streaming, I felt like I was crazy for my stance on AMC, so I'm glad you came in here and spit fire about it. Now the opinion that they're bullshit seems more normalized. I hope so. No 165. I'm sorry, booyah booyah. Is MOASS Day the start of MOASS or the end? It's the beginning. When Prometheus Johnson rears his head. I'm still stuck on 800 end of day. Where's Plenter? No, you're just playing wrong, Justin, but it's okay. Used my mom's YouTube account today to give you synthetic likes. That's not synthetic, right? That's real. Thanks for the effort, though, man. I appreciate that, chicken tender daddy. Prometheus Johnson taking us up to 500 in the first day of MOASS. I'd like to go higher than that, but sure. 500's a start. I don't see 149. Not an option. Link AMC gang to GME more. That's what I mean. That's what Adam Aaron's statement seemed like. Like they're trying to like keep GameStop and AMC linked, but as they're beginning to be traded in different ETFs, like that link is going to dissipate, right? They're not going to move together, and I don't think they want that. Because if GME rips out ahead of AMC, right, that could cause people to sell AMC and buy into GameStop. And I think part of their plan is to not allow that to happen. No, they're never. I mean, there was a correlation, but not a link. Jane Streetwalker. Hold AMC in solidarity with who? Bag holders? I mean, at this point. Also, like, I have to, like, update my account to sell them, which is, you know, an annoyance. Why would Moon Jam keep them from announcing things on a corporate level? Kumquat smoothie. Adam Aaron, I'm not a crook. Have you talked about Home Depot at all? Not really. I closed a couple positions over there, a few more. Um, Unfortunately, a little low, but I closed a few like right here at the test of like 333. I'm guessing that's when they sold. They might have sold a little before that, but I put in a limit sell there, and it looks like all but two of my contracts sold. So they must have sold near the peak. Which is pretty cool. I got out of the other ones that I had at 335, and I still have a few more. I have a couple more 335s, which haven't really printed in any significant way yet. But there's time on that play. All my calls for Home Depot are on the 20th, so, and their earnings is on the 17th. So I expect moving up towards earnings, it will become more attractive. But I just wanted to be on it early in case it started to move quick. Which it has a couple times, and then it's fallen back down into that like ascending channel. Houston Wade talked about thousands for AMC, and you seemed like that was not possible. Just be curious if you're willing to elaborate. I hold both AMC and GME. I don't think it's possible. I think the float's too big and the short interest isn't high enough. I think a lot of the short position on AMC was covered already in the run up to 70. So I don't think there's a lot left. It could squeeze again, but I don't think it's going to squeeze very high. And maybe if it really, really squeezes and like GameStop MOASSes and everything goes nuts and the market crashes, it could hit like a couple hundred a share at best. But I really don't think that the like dream of 1,000 a share even is possible. And if you think about it, like it would probably, if it squeezed, would squeeze more like VW did. And so, you know, like 100% over where it's trading now. Maybe a little better, but not like thousands of percent. They've got a $500 million float, you know. I mean, yeah, that's the other difference is that like even if there was no short squeeze, GameStop would be a good investment, and AMC's just not. AMC stock is saying 500K a share. I need to find their dealer. Yeah, that's not happening. That's just a fundamental misunderstanding of how short squeezes work. I think what's keeping a lot of people locked in is they bought cheap and they're up. Thanks, CSEC 3. Yeah, also AMC definitely has more plans to issue more shares in the future. Otherwise, they'll just go out of business, right? Like their debt is basically insurmountable at this point. They just had a atrocious earnings, which they're trying to sell as good. They're just latching onto everything they can to keep their executives employed for another year, and that's really it, right? Like, and the fact that like not only did they double the float in January, but then they paid their CEO bonuses is just like everything you need to know about what's going on in AMC. The CEO's come out and said there's no naked shorts on his stock. I mean, like, I don't know what more people want to just be convinced of the lack of a case in that stock, right? Like, there's just no bull case. I increased my position 25% today at 165. Is that okay? That's a solid price average. It's on the low side of the majority average. So yeah. But they did really well during the pandemic. No, they didn't. They weren't even open for most of the time. Cash flow can keep AMC afloat, but they have none, and we're moving into another round of lockdowns and pandemic. Right? All their cash flow is from them selling shares. It's not from income, which you can see in their quarterly report. Right? It's not like they have income to support that debt like, a tech company would. It's not like they're like Uber, where they have so much revenue flow that they can continue to float massive debt year over year. Trade spotting seems bullish on AMC. It'd be interesting to see you guys discuss that. It could be. He invested in AMC because of YouTube. Yeah, I feel like that's a lot of people. I don't think AMC was even that. I mean, Matt Kors and Mo Money all both started their channel on the back of GameStop, right? And then switched to AMC about a month in, during February, really, when GameStop wasn't looking super attractive. Because that's where the viewership numbers were, but I feel like that's also sold a lot of people on AMC. Yeah. And the stupidest thing was they could have sold at the peak of their squeeze in January and not had to release, they didn't even do it well, right? If they'd let their stock squeeze in January, even up to 70, right? Where it hit last month or the month before, they could have sold at the peak of those 250,000 shares or 250 million shares, right? And they'd be liquid for years, but they didn't. So not only did they fuck their shareholders, they did it in a way that didn't even benefit the company that much. I mean, I don't think I need to brush up on AMC that much. Everybody on LinkedIn is just trying to get jobs doing social media work at hedge funds. That's all that shit is. Just ignore all the LinkedIn crap. They're acting like they're bullish on the stocks so that they can generate interest in their resume at hedge funds, making 350 grand a year trying to influence social media trading. Pelosi's husband buying AMC? When? I mean, maybe he knows it'll squeeze, right? But it's still not gonna squeeze that much. And where's the proof of that? And don't get me started on the fact that senators lose money in the markets too, even with all their. It's not like they always win. There's some that are really bad at trading inside information somehow. How'd you balance making YouTube monies versus not being a shill? I mean, I don't make that much off YouTube, right? So it's pretty easy for me to keep it. I still have to trade a bit, and I have money, right? I'm prepared to go into this and not make anything. You guys have come out and supported the channel, which has been awesome, right? But it was never a requirement to keep this going. It helps you keep it going longer. I've definitely been doing this longer than I thought I would be. I thought we were going to MOASS in June, you know? I mean, don't forget that if you have like $10 million to invest, right? And you expect a stock to go up 40%, that's a big difference between you being a retail investor and having 10 grand in the stock and it going up 40%, right? We saw you make 20K last Friday. I mean, I make money trading, right? Like I make way more money trading than I do off of YouTube. It helps, right? Because I can't trade the way I used to, but that's my job, not fucking being a YouTuber. I guarantee you a crisp 20 when we do. Oh, thank you, sir. See a lot of posts about state funds buying GME. Can those shares be loaned? Yep. Those are the exact kind of people that loan their shares. Your opinion is your guesstimation whether MOASS occurs before 2022? God, man, reaching there. I think the odds are better than not. But if it happens in 2022, so be it, right? That's the game that you should be mentally prepared to be signed up for. That this could take it could take a year, right? We could just it could. It's not the first time they've, done illicit things and staved off market crashes for years on end. You have to cut it yourself. I'm out. I'll buy my own steak. Thanks, though. Wait, what year is it now? The other YouTubers lose money trading. I told Matt Kors, if he wants to come watch the channel, I'll show him how to make money trading Tesla. He's just doing it wrong. That's all. Everyone can learn. It'd probably have you stop chasing big money on Tiblia. You'd make more. 3 shares away from having 10x my original position. Hoping the spurt 10C for August 20th will get me there. It's a decent chance. Be very mindful of that $9 test because if it fails, it could fail hard. Yeah, 50% more money, right? If they make us wait longer, or 30% more money. The problem for short hedge funds is that GME is blossoming. Yeah, it's a huge issue for them, right? And Ryan Cohen's gag order, not much longer. Oh my god, I just wanted to let you know, I really appreciate all you put in here, man. Really helps with the mental game these sickos play. Sorry about the pineapple stuff. Don't apologize. I don't care that fucking much. I'm not gonna eat pineapple on my pizza, but I'm not gonna fucking stop you from eating it on yours. I can make you feel bad about it, which you should, but MC people want it to happen prior to 2022. Once in a year happens, $5 Atomera is going to pay off whatever dividend they give with the money raised by diluting the stock. What about Ryan Cohen's gag order? He has part of his agreement is that he doesn't discuss like forward-leading statements on the company for like a certain period of time. I can't remember the period of time. Why do we have to keep our boy gagged? It's pretty standard with like any type of like merger or hostile takeover like that. AMC had no communication with GameStop on possible partnership. I'm aware. Like that was pretty obvious, right? Grovel quick, he's denying you're sorry. Not coming over my house and eating fucking pineapple pizza, Alex C. Cohen doesn't have a gag order anymore. It stopped when he was made chair. Are you sure? How positive are you on that statement? I thought it was for a set period of time. You do have to tag me for me to see it. Sometimes I'll get to your question if you don't, but later, Mountains. I don't even hate pineapple. I just don't like it on pizza. Hear me out. Chicken, bacon, pineapple on thin crust. Nope, you lost me. You have thoughts on MMAT? Houston Wade seems to mention it quite a bit. I mean, I think it's a risky play. It's a Wall Street bets like pump and dump. I don't think their technology's caught up with like their valuation. Is there money to be made there occasionally, but is it worth the risk? Probably not. Do you live in California, Dan Dividend? I ask for a reason, but did Daily MACD cross? I don't think so. Yeah, I understand how the flavor profile works, but the sweetness on pizza should be coming from the tomatoes, not from pineapple. Like that's where your acidic sweetness comes from. Is like, fresh tomato. Not you don't need pineapple to the only time you would need pineapple is if the tomato is shitty. And then you would need more acid to offset more fat? Like, and then you're just putting too much shit on your pizza, which gives you a wet pizza. Pineapple's also really high in water, which is not ideal for any pizza topping. Hear me out. Garlic white sauce pizza? I mean, what do you mean by white sauce? White pizza is usually like not a sauce, it's ricotta, which is like it's almost like a cottage cheese, similar but different. No one hurt me. It's just, I mean, there's like culinary do's and don'ts. Pineapple on a pizza, really a don't. I'm sure that you could tweak it in a way to make it good, but it just sounds shitty to me. Last camp. Ricotta. Mork. Clip doesn't put it on a separate video. It's not as simple as just sweet and savory, though. What you're not really talking about so much sweetness and savory as you're talking about acid and fat, right? Pineapples are really acidic. They also eat you, which is disturbing, but I call fun. Later, Walker. I didn't forget the stonk. It's there. 159.09. Pretty close. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow for another day of maybe less pineapple pizza talk, but more stock stuff. Have a great night, everybody. For those of you listening, closing at 159.09. Later, guys.